All right, everyone, welcome to the Siblings Den channel. My name is Wingless, and today I'm joined by
Morticia Wingless, the sibling.
Woo! Yeah, finally dragged Mort into one of these because she hasn't been around for a bit. She's always busy making excuses and whatnot, so no excuses. She's in. We're going for it. That's what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, Stream Elements bot.
Yeah, Stream Elements just loaded up. Woo. Today we're just going to have fun. Usually it's Jordan that joins me with the content of am I the bad guy type of stuff, but today because we know Mort has opinions and we might not always see eye to eye, so figured since Jordan and I seem to see eye to eye a little too often, let's see if the siblings are on the same page as well, or if we have drastic differences in points of views. Might be
and to be clear, it's most likely that most of the disagreement would be over semantics.
It always is. I mean, the one example with Jordan one time was literally like we both disagree. We both disagreed on it, but it led to the same kind of conclusion, just in a different perspective, which was funny. It's just like, oh, so we both agree, and it's like, yeah, just in a different way. So that was funny. So we'll check that out. I think that'll be fun, and we'll see how things work themselves out. As you can tell, I'm back on MCHub. I'm just going to be grinding at the same time, but it's mainly just to chat, discuss, talk with people, and we highly recommend people to join in, chat with us, let us know what you think about the stories, and we'll go from there. We've got a handful of them picked out. Would you like to start with the stories, or would you like me to start with the first one?
I'm just gonna pick the first one out of the list of the thread.
Okay, so you're gonna start with the first one. Cool. Before we do that, funny enough, Smosh Pit or Smosh had just released another video that they had just done, and one of the stories we had covered, which was a fun raccoon one, got covered on their story as well. Check it out. I thought it was funny. After you've checked both the videos out, check our community page. We have a vote to see who discussed it better, who didn't discuss it well, and I think it'll be fun. Ultimate B, hello, welcome to the chat. Woo! So check that out. That was funny. Realized it happened just before the live session. I thought that was kind of funny when when I saw that. But I mean, of course, the raccoon story had to be said more than once. It was just such a good story. Woo! And last thing before we get the story going, again, special thanks to all the members who have joined the Denizens. We still have Jordan Bishus. We still have Thorad. Thorad's always number one. Gotta remember that Jordan Bishus is number 2. She didn't get the first one. And then we have Frigimon Fanatic. You three, thank you very much. We do appreciate the monthly subscription you guys have done. Others, if you want to, there's 3 tiers. One of which is for millionaires. The other ones are for the normal people who want to support us. But you can do other things like just subscribing, saying hi, putting a like on a video, and all that stuff. And you can also send super chats during the live session, and we'll have it tracked on the screen, and it'll be part of the live video. So woo! All right, Mort, hit us up with the first story.
Okay. So, what is it? Am I the asshole for telling my coworker to stop using my personal belongings?
Bad guy. Am I the bad guy?
Oh.
I'm just trying to not say the word ass. As I just said.
Donkey butt.
Donkey butt works too.
Am I the donkey butt for telling my coworker to stop using my personal belongings? Okay.
Yes. Before any context is provided, don't touch other people's stuff. Unless it's like a written rule or discussion already ahead of time, be like, hey, if I leave stuff right here, y'all can have it. But if it isn't, no.
Yeah, like by just that question alone, it's like you don't touch other people's stuff without their consent, especially if they're located on their desks and what have you. Of course, we'll find out more of the context, but in general, don't touch other people's stuff. So, and
but let's see
so
the context.
Woo! Yeah. Okay, so I, a 28 female, have been working at this small software company for about 3 years now, and I genuinely love my job. I have great coworkers, and the work environment is generally positive. However, there is one coworker, let's call her Sarah, some early 30-ish woman who has been increasingly crossing boundaries. A bit of background. Sarah joined the company around a year ago, and we were initially friendly, would have lunch together occasionally and chat about random things. I didn't think much of it, and it seemed like a normal office friendship. However, over time, I noticed that Sarah has started to use my belongings without asking for permission. For example, she would take my stapler, pens, or even my phone charger without asking. At first, I brushed it off as her just being forgetful and not realizing that these were my personal items. I tried to be understanding and not let it bother me. But then, things started to escalate. One day, I brought in a special lunch I had prepared as a treat for myself. It was a dish that my grandmother used to make for me, and it had a lot of sentimental value. I had placed it in the fridge with a note clearly stating it was mine. When lunchtime came around, I discovered that Sarah had taken and eaten my lunch. I confronted her, and she apologized, claiming that she thought it was meant for the whole office to share. I didn't buy it. I think I'm a bit too loud. I didn't buy it, but let it go to avoid causing a scene. Over the next few months, Sarah's behavior continued to worsen, and she began using my personal laptop without asking, even though we all have our own work computers.
Hello, Dividing Rain. Yeah, imagine not liking the video or the live session. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
She would also use my coffee mug and other personal items, despite me having my name on them. I tried to address it politely and ask her to stop, but she would just laugh it off and say she didn't mean any harm. Finally, I reached my breaking point last week, and I bought a new, expensive pair of headphones to use at work, and I left them on my desk overnight. When I arrived the next day, I found Sarah using them at her desk. I was furious and asked her to hand them over immediately. She tried to play it off as a joke, but I had enough. I told her that it was not funny and that she needed to stop using my personal belongings without permission. I said it was disrespectful and a violation of my privacy. The rest of the office heard the commotion, and some of my coworkers agreed with me, while others said I was overacting and should let it go. Sarah hasn't spoken to me since, and the atmosphere has become tense. A few coworkers have even suggested that I owe Sarah an apology for embarrassing her in front of everyone. So, am I the asshole for telling my coworker to stop using my personal belongings?
Okay. Before we go into discussing this, holy crap, I was getting angry as you progressively was telling the story. Because that pisses me off so much. Like, when people are blatantly taking things that don't belong to them, and it's clearly brought up to them over and over again. Like, hey, why are you doing this thing? And they're like, haha, I thought that this was this. No, this is clearly someone who has no boundary. Like, whatever they want, they get. Like, they have no conceptualization of boundaries. They have no conceptualization of like, hey, if that's not yours, then like you don't get to just take it because you want it. Holy shit. like I was about to say something during the comment where I was just like, I'm already getting angry, but I'm like, no, 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 no. I want more. I want more to like finish the story so that I can rage after. Oh no, that I am so uncomfortable when shit like that happens, and especially when there's people blatantly not taking, like, not respecting, like, it's as clear as day that it's not yours. Don't bloody touch it. That's it. If you may want it and are interested in it, I don't think there's an issue with asking, because asking is not a problem. I don't think ever there's a problem with someone speaking up, asking a question. And I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, the obvious is obvious, you shouldn't have asked. No, asking is harmless. Asking is absolutely the easiest thing to do. It gets clarification and then you're done. That's it. This woman clearly, and I'm sorry for anyone who's named Sarah in this situation, but this Sarah is a piece of work. Oh my god, that pisses me off so much. No. With that all said, with all of that said, I think the original poster had the right to be angry, especially when it started escalating to things like, clearly there's a note on it going, this is mine. Well, if it's mine, don't touch it. And then there's also the headphones, especially headphones, when like everyone's ears and goop and stuff is already gross enough. Like, no, you don't just grab someone else's stuff like that. So no, like, I think that part is very justified. I think it could have been. It sucks when you blow up in the moment. And while I think there might be like a minor apology needed for the blowing out part, I think it's really something that escalated because of Sarah not respecting boundaries, not respecting other people's things. And I think it's probably one of those things where it'd be like, here's the apology, but if this happens again, it's like, I will bring this up to human resources because you clearly do not understand boundaries. And this is what led to the escalation that had occurred. It's like, it could have been handled better, but this person needs to understand that what they did is absolutely unacceptable. And that they really need to stop being very possessive of grabbing other people's stuff when it's clearly not theirs. And just because you want something that looks like you like it doesn't mean you just get to do it. And you can't just shrug it off as a joke. You can't just shrug it off as a whatever. You clearly have an understanding that they don't belong to you. No, that's it. So the only thing that I think that this person could have done better is the screaming thing is not the best way of handling stuff. But I mean, I can understand, you get frustrated, because I mean, I was, and all I did is listen to the story, right? So no, this is one of those situations where it's like if this person doesn't understand boundaries, they're never going to understand boundaries. And so no, they need to have the repercussions happen to them and be clearly indicated to them. So I think at the very least, yeah, there still needs to be some sort of an apology in the blowing up part, because that part was not great. But to understand why the blowing up part happened. It wasn't just out of the blue. I didn't just yell at this person because I felt like yelling today. This person crossed a line way too far, and it finally hit me after time and time again of things happening. So, yeah, that's my thoughts there. I don't think ultimately this person's a bad person. I think there's a situation that just got too far. But aside from that, like that moment, I think she's justified with being angry. I think she's justified by telling this person, hey, stop touching things that don't belong to you. And I think she's justified in being like, this is my work environment just as much as it's your work environment. Don't just go and take other people's stuff. And if you're not sure, ask. You'll get an answer. You might not like the answer, but you'll get an answer. What do you think?
I mean, I definitely agree that overall, well, almost. Overall, she's not the asshole. Like, the only thing is just the method of dealing with it. In the end, really, see, like, first of all, like, in some comments I'm seeing, they're pointing out some of the same things. It comes to mind for me is, she let it, like, first, this is, what, going on for almost a year?
The best Yeezy, hello! Sorry, go on.
Hey, best Yeezy. Yeah, so she kept letting this happening, like, for months to a year. Like, despite repeatedly telling the person for different instances. And then those instances escalated. Like, at least for me, oh well, this day and age version of me, I would just, like, freaking call that out. Well, first I will approach it friendly, whatever, and then stern. And then if it's still not happening despite verbal, like, communication, like, to stop, then I would just, like, I would escalate it, but escalate in the sense of, for the hierarchy of the company, like, bring it up to our managers if we're in the same manager, otherwise bring it up to the HR, because this is essentially toxic behavior on Sarah's parts.
Yeah.
And it is possible to have a toxic work environment that is subtle and low key. So I don't know the reasoning behind Sarah's. It could be a combination of, or one of, them being oblivious and accustomed to just use whatever. But this is, like, less convincing of possibility when they keep escalating and doing more and more. I think she's, like, low key bully. Like, just take the poster is not pushing back, essentially.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much a bully situation per se. It could be, and we'll never know because we don't have the perspective of this Sarah. But I think, by the way, like, I agree with the part where, like, this person should have, like, not just held it in and just went, hey, could you not do this next time? I would appreciate it. Here's the reasonings for the food. Here's the reasoning for the stapler. Although I was about to make the whole Office Space joke as well. But, yeah, you don't want your company to be burnt on fire. So don't steal someone's stapler. But, yeah, I think part of it was also that the original poster was a little too, like, quiet about the little things that were happening at first. And then it got escalated. Well, I think this Sarah is very much a person who, if I want, I take, and doesn't see it being a bad thing. And I've known people that are like that, where they'll just be like, oh, well, it was there, no one was using it, so I was using it. And I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's yours.
Yeah.
And you don't get to just take it. The food part, I've never understood how people somehow think that taking food from any fridge makes sense. I
like it in the work environment, yeah.
Yeah, like, it is not yours for any reason, shape, or form. That's fine. If you're at a point where you are starving and you need food, you know what? Go to the front desk or go to human resources and, like, go, hey, look, I'm dealing with this situation. I'm absolutely starving. Like, or go to the manager or your direct manager and be like, hey, I'm so hungry that I need to go and get something, or I need to, like, go home or whatever. Like, Like, there are levels of, like, that can happen. But to go and, like, I've heard excuses where, like, well, what if people are hungry? It's like, no, that's not an excuse. And one of the things it's at one of the companies I've worked at, they had a program where they offered, like, fresh fruits every day. And so there was always free food, no matter what. Like, yeah, it's not a full meal, but you were able to get, like, an apple, a banana, a kiwi, some grapes, like, really good fruits that were available every single day. And there were some at every, like, I think it was, like, every 4 hours. So even if they were all gone, you knew that there was something available at some point. So there's no excuses. So the fact that, like, people still stole food from the fridge, being like, well, I didn't know this was for other people. You didn't bring it, and it's not a communal thing, so don't bloody take it. I never understood. Your mind looks like baked beans. It totally is, and I don't like this. I'm gonna fix this right now.
Yeah, so yeah, the food thing, if I only had it happen once.
I think it just made it worse.
Yeah, I only had my food, like, stolen once, but of course it was unclear whether it was stolen or trash at that time. But yeah, it's just frustrating. I think, like, that kind of thing happens more when there's a lot more people working in the place, or depending on job. Of course, at that time it was a call center, and I know your previous offices, it was also, like, with lots of people involved from all over the place. But in the same thing, yeah, like, I had fruits and things in my almost all my workplaces, so there's usually always an option if you're really hungry and stuff like that. But anyway, so aside from food, like, I'm not saying, like, bully. I'm just saying, like, it's still toxic behavior, whether it was, like,
exactly,
intentional or not, because it's a degree of power dynamic. Whether it's like, I've seen that too as well. It's like, the question is the Sarah person doing that to only the poster, or are they doing it to everyone? Because if they ended up only doing it to the poster, maybe because they're only doing it to the poster because they're the only one not pushing back enough, and so on and so forth. It's like, it's whether it's intentional or not from Sarah, it's toxic behavior, and it's in a lot of the thing that's, like, something that could be reported, that should have been reported from HR and manager for, like, way sooner.
At the very, very, very least, like, and there, I don't understand, like, the excuse of, like, this is, like, the only minor gripe that I'll add to it is, like, no, if something's happening, it's like, hey, did you take my stapler? If you could, please don't do so unless you ask me. If there's anything that you might need that belongs to me, please ask before doing anything. If they continued afterwards, then it would be like, okay, this. But that's the one thing I will say is, like, you can't keep quiet on these things, and it's actually more professional to go and, like, let them know, like, hey, did you do the thing? Can you clarify about the thing? Don't do the thing. There, I got rid of the beans. Cool. Now I look like I'm in hell. Mm-hmm. So I think that's one thing, like, the original poster should have covered. But at the end of the day, I don't think that this person is a bad person. I think there's things they could have improved on. But at the end of the day, none of it would have been a issue if not for who is the actual the B to the whole, and that would be this Sarah. So yeah, that level of toxicity, no thanks. Go away with that. Do not need that kind of stuff going on.
So yeah, and the only other feedback I can think of, which is not related to, like, Sarah, but it's like a general advice, like, is if you have a lot of personal items that you leave in the office on top of your desk where it's accessible by multiple people, maybe get in the habit of storing it at the end of the day, or depending on the things. Like, I'm not one of those individuals that put a lot of personal stuff on their desk, so I always find it amusing when someone has like desks and they put all tons of personal stuff, or they leave very expensive things and all that. In some of my previous companies, like my previous position, actually have a policy about that. Like, if you have personal items, we're not responsible. If it's taken from your desk, make sure to lock it. We all have locked drawers, and then some other places also have locked lockers, and so on. So it's to a certain, like, is what Sarah is wrong. It's not the poster, but for in general, don't leave your personal items, especially expensive ones or sentimental items.
I think
out in the open too much.
Yeah, I think I agree with you with that, but like that doesn't alleviate like.
No,
that doesn't alleviate what other people do. Like, I've left my important thing here. That's on me, and if it gets lost, that's great. That doesn't change the fact that if someone's taken it, like headphones, yet no, go to heck. Like, like no, thank you. Any special comments in the comment section for that one?
Well, like some of it's I pretty much covered for my own thing. Let's refresh this again. Like, there's the first several, or a lot of people mentioned, like, bring up to HR, the manager. And there was also a few disparaging comments about her being a pushover. Like, you're not the asshole, but you're sort of the asshole for being a pushover. It's like, that's a bit mean.
I like, being a pushover doesn't mean that you're the bad person. You're just like, you need to like step up, but that doesn't make you a bad person. Like that, I never understood. I never understood that part. Like, you're a bad person for taking it. Like, no, they're not a bad person for taking it. They just need to not take it.
Yeah. And how to handle those kind of things could have been like the first time for this person. So, like, oh, I didn't know how to handle. But hopefully this will be a learning experience for the future to respond to this kind of thing quicker. Like, do something about it quicker instead of just let it go for so long. I didn't fully read. Some is just like further, along with like HR, reporting to HR and all that, document everything. And there's also the feedback of, which I again say, like, if it's personal property, don't leave it at the office or put it in the locker, so on and so forth.
Yeah, okay.
And, well, that's like pretty much what I said.
Cool.
Overall, or what we said so far.
Awesome. So yeah, I guess we were on the same page on that one. Not bad. All right, first story we got through, and no disagreements. All right, I like this. Cool. Next story I'm gonna bring up. I thought this one was interesting just because it hits a little bit close to home, because obviously I'm a big anime goober. So anything involving like anime or that sort of environment, like Comic-Con and all that stuff, I like talking about it. So this one stood out. Am I the bad person for being embarrassed of my girlfriend's cosplay?
Oh, where is it?
No, don't find it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna talk about it. But just with that, right off the bat, would you say this person is a bad person for being embarrassed, or not a bad person? Without context.
Like, am I the asshole? Like, no.
Stop saying asshole. Bad person.
I mean,
am I the bad person?
Donkey butts.
Am I the bad person?
Are they a donkey?
Am I the bad person for being embarrassed of my girlfriend's cosplay?
The question on itself, in general,
yes. No. I think without context, and maybe the context will be worse. I don't think you should be a bad person for being embarrassed, but it depends on how. Like, we'll see how this goes. How
you express it and act on it.
Yeah, because like I already I've got the inkling that this is going to go not your way, and from the first paragraph I'm already reading, you might be. So let's get going with this story. My 20 so they're 25 male, their girlfriend is a girlfriend of 24. so a year younger. So my girlfriend had a double mastectomy.
Mastectomy.
That's that's the boob thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 5 years ago. She had breast cancer. Wow. And thankfully made a full recovery. Unlike a lot of women, she didn't have any reconstructive surgery. This was before I met her. Okay. I'm a big anime nerd. And last weekend I invited her to a small anime con with me. She's seen a few episodes of my favorite show, but she's not into anime. Okay. She does like cosplay. That's fine as well. Though, and she works seasonally as an SFX artist at a haunted house near us. So when I asked her to go to the con with me, she asked if she could cosplay, and I said sure. She got very excited and said I was going to love her costume. So I'll admit, I thought she was going to do something sexy for me.
Okay, that's
already I'm like...
That's a bit of a quite a leap of assumption in...
Yeah, so I'm already kind of like... Yeah, I'm already... Yeah. Well, not exactly. The day of the convention comes and she showed up at my house cosplaying Dabby from MHA, My Hero Academia. Dabby is... Who is Dabby? I gotta... Sorry, I'm gonna confirm that. I don't know all of the My Hero Academia. Oh, Dabby is this, like, fire... It's this guy who's like
white air villain.
Fire user. Yeah. Okay. Specifically, a look he has later in the manga. Yeah, because he has dark hair at first and then white hair later. It's a long white coat over white pants, no shirt. Her entire chest was exposed. Okay. And she'd obviously spent hours applying burn makeup. Oh, okay, well, sure. She has short hair that she dyes constantly. This time she bleached it white and dyed a few red streaks. Oh, that's actually super cool. I half want to see this now, but whatever. I wasn't expecting her to show up without a shirt. Her burn scar makeup only covered half her chest, so you could clearly see her scars. Okay. It wasn't a very attractive costume. Okay. Especially since she'd gone all out with the scars and made them look raised and kind of realistic. That's awesome. Anyway, we went to the con, and while a lot of people came up to take photos with her, I noticed several others looking at her. That's fine. At her chest. That evening, she said I'd been quiet all day, and I honestly told her I was a little embarrassed that she was flaunting her scars that like that. She got mad and said she was making the best of her situation and said I was being insensitive, and she got distant ever since. I'm starting to feel guilty. Am I the bad guy? Holy crap. Okay.
There's
Mort, you go with this first. This is you first. I'm curious what your opinion is without any context from me further.
I mean, he is a bad guy for even thinking and making an assumption that they will do something sexy that to please them, or in general, and a jerk for feeling. I mean, that's a separate thing. Like, in a jerk for being bothered by the mastectomy scar and so on. Like, granted, like, it's can't turn off how you feel sometimes, whatever. And at the least, they kept it to themselves most of the day, or all day, or whatever, and only brought it up when asked. But it is telling about them that they need to, they have a bit of a bad guy thinking, and they need to reflect on it. So, like, it's not wrong to feel embarrassed about something, but maybe in this case, it should be like a teaching moment to freaking reflect and review their assumptions and so on and so forth, and their views that are about that aspect of their girlfriend in their life and how they display their body. And in a way, that is, there are a butthole for it. So butthole, not for butthole for being embarrassed, but butthole for that, and not because they have a choice to think of it. It's more, it should be something they need to work on and reflect on and work. Yeah.
So with regards to being embarrassed, I think you can be, and I think I'll go on the side of I think it's it being a surprise on how they did a cosplay, and like especially kind of like if it was loaded in the beginning, being like, oh, I think you're gonna love this level of stuff, might have been a bit like maybe misleading if like they've had other discussions, so who knows. With that said, the idea of this person having had scars and then fully going into it in a cosplay way sounds phenomenal to me. I would love to see photos, because I can't. I just think that this person, especially if they were an SFX person, probably did it justice. Because for those that are unaware, Dabi is a character from not Full Metal Alchemist. Boy, wrong one. From My Hero Academia. My Hero Academia is about heroes and villains existing with special powers in the real world. And Dabi is one who controls fire, but to the point where if they use their fire for too long, it still burns them. And so they have burn scars everywhere on them. And so the fact that this she ended up cosplaying someone who has burn scars on them is like phenomenal, because like she took something that was part of her like real life, and it was able to incorporate it within her SFX like medium in cosplay as well. I think it's phenomenal. So like, I don't think there's anything wrong with them being embarrassed. The embarrassed part doesn't bother me so much. I think what bothered me is sort of, they immediately were just like still disappointed that like, oh well, everyone got to see like my girlfriend being like showing her body off, and it's like, but it's cosplay, and like cosplay is the whole idea, is just like you're expressing yourself as one of the characters, and like you're moving forward with this like taking aspirations of this identity, and the fact that they incorporated it even more with their real life is amazing. So like, I think there's some growth that needs to be done, and maybe a discussion with like this person. I don't think I don't want to say they're exactly like they're not so much a bad person in regards to like how they felt. So like that part I don't think is the problem. But I think it's something that people need to really come to the realization, and just like the comfort level as well, that like skin is skin, bones is bones, people are people, and like we really need to stop over sexualizing, under sexualizing, like genderfying, or like all manners of stuff that isn't of yours, right? And like the minute that you make it a thing, it becomes a thing, and you're the problem right off the bat. Like that's my opinion. And I think too many people are out there making reasons why people should feel bad about other people. And it's like, no, that's on you. It's like, and this person clearly had the the girlfriend clearly had like oh, what's the great positive word to say? I was like, she was able to go so far as to like really delve deep into like what because especially if she's not a fan of the anime, that means she found a character in the anime that would able to combine her life and a character at the same time. Like she did so well, and like I don't know, like I just think that's very empowering and very amazing. And the fact that the boyfriend kind of like downplayed that is what bothers me the most out of all of this. And that it's like, especially if you're at a convention, unfortunately, you're going to be dealing with a lot of people that are like, oh, I saw that person's boobs. Like, yeah, I get it. And then there's cosplayers that really want to show off their body because they like who they are and they have it and they want to show it. And that's to them as well. Well, this is the same case here, except it's not a stereotypical, like, haha, everyone socially accept thing, but it's a, hey, look what I've done with the situation I've gone through. And I think that's amazing.
Especially at a young age, like, what, 5 years before that? So that cancer mastectomy happened at 19.
Exactly.
And if it just has enough self-acceptance to pull off doing cosplay and showing off, or take it, like, roll with it, with what she has to display something, that shows a lot of maturity and growth. And especially for women at that age,
yeah,
that's freaking amazing.
Thumbs up to this this girlfriend. She's an amazing person. If she's still with this guy, like, I hope that this guy has become a better person after this situation.
Yeah, it's like a teaching moment. This should definitely be a teaching moment for this guy, because this guy is a bit behind the curve for maturity.
I'm going through the comments. Oh, how dare your girlfriend not have a pretty little cosplay outfit? Obviously, she has not gotten the message that her only worth is if she caters to the male gaze. Yeah, you're the butt person. Jesus, she went through cancer and a double mastectomy, and you're crying about being embarrassed. Please break up with her so she can find someone that's not a butt person. Yeah, so a lot of people are on the side of it. And oh, this one's big. And you know what? I'm going to bullet point this for you. So a list of things that make you the bad person: expecting your significant other to cover their scars, expecting your significant other to dress as a woman, expecting your significant other to be doing a hobby that she enjoys for your sexual gratification, expecting your significant other to be sad and mopey about their situation and not make the best out of something. Expecting your girlfriend, your significant other, to be traditionally feminine in a way that caters to sexual interest. Yeah. So, like, a lot of people are I think more strongly against this guy. I just think it's one of those things where, like, yeah, he definitely is not the best person in this situation in any way, shape, or form. And what's even worse is, like, there's like a huge storyline in the anime as well regarding that character. So, like, it's even to the point where it's like she did her due diligence a lot further than this. And you'd think that, like, for someone who's like seen who's big into anime, and you see a lot of these storylines about, like, how, like, people need to, like, improve and be better, and this is one of those animes that really absolutely points that out, and it completely goes above your head. Yeah, what the fuck? Sorry.
I mean, like, that's a thing. Like, the comment of, this is something you would like, so she's attentive, even though she's not supposedly not into anime. She's attentive on what he likes, It's like this is the failing. She is doing something that will, like, you would think it will definitely please him, but instead he was expecting something unrelated to anime and being bothered by it. Like, he's not like the worst person for feeling that, but it all depends how they handle it afterwards.
Yeah, I agree completely there. If
like, use it as a learning experience, like,
exactly,
check yourself and review.
I think if this could be used as a learning tool as to like how you should be behaving moving forward, then I think this was worth. I think this is probably the best situation. And I would definitely say that, like, you have a significant other that seems to be very strong, able to empower themselves to do something not only that was intended to be kind of like, hey, I get to be part of something of your fandom, and I get to like find something that's relatable to me within that fandom as well. Like, this could have been a much bigger moment of the two of you being able to share something even greater, and you kind of made it awkward and failed to see like how amazing this actual situation came out of. So yeah. Not again. I think we've covered it. We've confirmed it. Not the worst. You're still the bad person in the end. But please learn from this. It is like, you don't understand, or you need to understand. That's the word I wanted to say. You need to understand how amazing this situation is, and what your significant other has done for you, and the level of empowerment they showed, and how like kind of like belittling you've done to this situation, where it could have turned out to be like a phenomenal moment between the two of you. So yeah, reflect on that. I hope things like, there's other, like, if this is like the worst of things, maybe like there's a lot better going on with the relationship, and I hope there's no other problems, then this would be a great moving on point for the both of you to become better people together. But if there's more to this level of like thing, then maybe this person needs better. But there's so much more we don't know. And I do think that a relationship is something you work on together. So if this could be a learning experience for the both of you, and to be able to move forward and be both stronger people from this, mostly you in this case, because I think she's already a very strong person, given what this person has had to deal with in their life already. Yeah, I think this will be a great moving forward point for the both of you.
Indeed.
That was a good one. I'm glad I got that one, because I thought it was going to be a lot more dumb than this, but I didn't realize how empowering that one was. So that was a good story.
It's also like a valid. It's pretty. It makes sense for this kind of thing. Like, am I the bad guy? Because that is, for some people, it will feel from their perspective, this can come off definitely as a gray zone, and then to me, it's a good topic, a good thing to bring up. It's not like, at least from what they wrote, they didn't act on it other than lack of expression of pleasure, like being quiet all day.
Yeah, exactly.
They kept it to that, and then only brought it up when the girlfriend asked. So at least they didn't act on it.
If you haven't done so already, please apologize to your significant other. Like,
but yeah,
genuinely.
Like, after that, generally, and then also not just like apologize, but after some reflection, like admit like your stuff, you need to rethink things, and
yeah, genuinely. That's what I mean.
But also, not just like their views on things, but like how they feel about their girlfriend and how they view their girlfriend. Like, are they in a relationship? because of some of the stuff that people point out, like because there's certain expectations that is unrealistic or everything. Anyway, we can slightly go more detail.
Yeah, that's
but,
far from the scope that we're going to be able to figure out, so that's fine.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right. Cool. All right, we haven't gotten to a fight yet. That's interesting. We seem to have similar ideals as well. Huh. All right.
Well, I mean, those are like our straight up. Like we didn't hit anything fully action-wise. It's more like actions.
Yeah. Truth be told, I don't think we're gonna find anything that we conflict on. But if we do, I think it's gonna be funny. But
maybe it's like on the sibling side. Like, ones.
Yeah, someone should write a story now on there, or find us one that involves siblings and see if we accept if we're on the same page or not. That'd be funny. All right, you've got the next one. Let me know.
Browsing quickly. There was one like still. Like control find still. Because I know I've seen it.
There's one. What?
No, the one. Oh, seeing that was right. That was what I meant. I keep misremembering as a sibling instead of seeing him. I forget. Lover.
Oh, SIL is sister-in-law.
Yeah. Oh, right. That.
That's what you meant. I was like,
okay, let's go. Am I the bad guy for sending my brother a list of every item of ours that my nephew ruined?
Sorry, but when you found one, you're like, "Let's go!" I'm like, "Yes, Mario, let's go." Wahoo!
I wouldn't mind seeing that movie.
Anyway. We better, if we're gonna go see any movie at any point in time, it's John Wick first before we go see Mario.
Or Guardians of the Galaxy. Anyway,
I would still go see John Wick ahead of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Sure.
And do not bring Guardians of the Galaxy to Jordan.
Okay.
She does not like the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, she doesn't like Groot?
Like, at all.
Oh.
And like we've had loads of discussions about it. I'm like, I get it, I understand. Ha ha ha. All right, what's the story?
Okay, so again to recover it. Am I the bad guy for sending my brother a list of items of ours that my nephew ruined? For the context, I, a mid-20s female, I have a niece, 7-year-old, and a nephew, a 10-year-old. They're my brother's Alex's kids? Alex's? Oh, Alex, the brother. Okay. I love them both, but I have a much closer relationship with Bella. Michael is a good kid, but he is a ticking time bomb. He is absolutely uncontrollable. I am his aunt, and I love him, but I really can't have him around for long. The last time he was in our house, he poured my nail polish collection onto my wife's favorite silk Persian carpet. And that isn't
okay,
even
so
1%
this is a male.
of the damage.
This is a male. Got it.
Okay, that's what... Wait. That's confusing. Okay, no, it's just because further context, I 25F. So.
Oh.
Oh, okay. It's a same-sex couple. Awesome.
Oh, okay, cool.
That makes more sense for context. Yeah. So my wife, 27, and I recently bought a villa out of town. It has a game room, a pool, and many things Bella adores. So we offered to give her a tour of the place and let her check out the rose garden there, if Alex and his wife agreed. Alex said either both Michael and Bella were to be included or none of them were going, my wife and I both insisted to only take Bella, but he was not having it, so we said we would just go by ourselves. Alex got really mad at us and said it was disgusting that we favored Bella because she was a girl and that we were both hypocritical and unfair to Michael and never included him in our plans. I told my brother that Michael was uncontrollable kids. He had the audacity to ask what Michael had done, and I told him and let him know if told him the items over the years as it happened, but he always said it was an accident and that Michael's boys play rough. And I made a table including every item my nephew damages in our house and the estimated costs. It included a few of my wife's antique vases, her glass statue of Eiffel Tower, carpet of my wife's crystal decorative items, and 2 phones. He flushed them down the toilet. Fun. Even the mirror of my car, and I sent the list to Alex. He is now extremely angry with me and thinks I'm being an arrogant person and taking after my wife's trait of being an uptight rich kid. I'm not talking to him at the moment. Was what I did AH territory. Okay, so there's...
No! Not at all! Okay. This is my understanding. You have a male who clearly understands that his male child, or his boy, does roughhouse and is aggressive. And while I don't disagree that, like, if you're gonna take one, you should take the other. But if you're gonna be so blatantly dismissive of, like, hey, I've mentioned it to you how often that your son has damaged stuff, and when you ask for, like, oh, like what, and then you get given the list and you get mad at it, no, you don't get to get mad at it. You need to have a discussion with your child and go, hey, what the heck is all this? And clearly, this isn't like a situation where the parent clearly is letting things slide for one and probably not for the other, or the other one is just so good that they don't like it's just perceived as like nothing's happening or something like that. So like the fact that the brother is making it out to be like a snooty thing for the rich and not like, hey, I've pointed out that your kid has done these things. This is the reason why we are good with one but not the other, because the one is not because they're male or female, it's because they don't destroy our stuff. And unfortunately, you as a parent have not handled this situation properly, and apparently you're still not handling this situation properly. So no, like, this is a parenting problem for the parents, not the original poster, that they need to like get more involved and figuring out what's going on with the boy. Why is the boy doing all these things? Why is the boy still getting away with these things? And to also accept that, hey, there's repercussions when the kid does something wrong, that they will not be included in other things and shouldn't be diminished by the other one. I do feel that there needs to be a fairness thing, but if the fairness is one hasn't done anything and the other one has, and the other one has shown that they where the repercussions are going to go into, then it's their fault. Not like it's the fault of the boy, and it's the repercussions that they've made that they're not going to be involved because of that, while the other one shouldn't be punished and they should still have a relationship with their family members. Yeah, I'd be like, it'd be like, I'm just using this as an example. I'm not trying to like pick at it like I don't even think this is like a fully self story, but that'd be like if we made a trip going to Harry Potter world for the family, and I ended up causing trouble the whole time. I should be the one who's punished, not have the whole trip canceled to Harry Potter world because of me, type of thing, right? Again, this is an example, hasn't really happened. I like Harry Potter, but not that much. Yeah, I just, what the hell? Like, I think this is like a parent problem. I think the kid needs to be like, maybe there's something going on why the kid acts up this way, and the fact that this has been allowed for this long is like unacceptable type of thing. So yeah, I don't think the poster is a bad person. I think there's a lot more that needs to be looked into with the parenting skills of this kid, like the parent of the kid, at least for the boy, because obviously the girl's fine, or the other one's fine. So what's going on with this sibling, right?
Yeah.
What's your opinion?
To keep to the context of the question, are they an but for providing a list of every items?
No.
In the context of that, like, no. Especially in the context of this happened, like, items that happen in a span of like a year or two, and after the barber sort of asked, or like,
yeah, exactly.
So in that they're not at butthole at that point. It's like, it's not out. They didn't do it like, here's a thing you need to, like, it would have been a different story if they make it like a big stink of it, like right off the bat, or not even right off the bat, like even like after a year. It's like, here's all this stuff over years, like they provide without being solicited to provide it. And I think that's one thing. I think the poster and their wife, they went a bit, I got the impression like they're a bit putting a lot of effort to not interfere with how the brother does their parenting, because in some ways they could have, like, I wouldn't judge them as much if they made some attempts on their own, like not like punish like or thing, but ways of educating their nephew, whatever, to different perspective, or figure out why they're uncontrollable, supposedly. But right now, they're not wrong either to be like fully hands off the parent. Like, it's not our responsibility to parent him. And maybe like also the brother is a bit of an asshole, because also getting a vibe that, considering how often they're at the sisters and wife's place, the brother's probably taking advantage to try to shove both kids. And that probably does one of the anger things as well. So it's not so much for being called out for not for excluding Michael or whatever, but I think I won't be surprised if it's partially like, no, I need both kids to get out of our house so they can do his thing or something, to have free time. So partly like I getting that vibe too, but it's getting out of the context of this post. Overall, no, they're not the asshole. Some of it may be approached differently, but they're not an asshole for not doing it.
I don't even think they did anything wrong.
No, they didn't do anything wrong. Because I'm thinking not just for lack of, not for not doing something wrong, but for doing nothing as well. But they're doing nothing in this case is not wrong either. So it's just, I'm just feedback in my head, like some things they could have done, but otherwise, if they didn't, it doesn't make them an asshole for not doing it, type thing.
Yeah, I just think that I hope that they do something to like to hopefully, again, like I do think that there's teaching moments for everyone at any time, and people should learn and can learn at any time. Age is no reason for stuff. And I will never, ever, ever agree to someone's statement going like, well, boys will be boys or girls will be girls. No, absolutely not. You do not get to just hand wave terrible things, especially, what was it? Putting a phone in the toilet? No.
Okay, those are more like deliberate. They're not accidents. They're acting out and doing something, which should has like, it's not so much like lack of discipline, apparently, which is probably part of it as well in the case of the brother as being a parent. But those are signs, like for first it's what, 10 or those around puberty time, so they're all over freaking place. And then they're probably not being taught how to regulate or attempts to teach them regulation of emotion regulation. And last, like it's maybe if they keep doing that despite being told wrong, like regardless of the lack of discipline from the parent, maybe it's something that should be looked into. Like, why are they doing that? Are they doing that because they're acting out in response to something else happening, or are they doing that because of ADHD or multitude of other things? Like, those should not be like jumped on go-tos, but it's always good to at least check it out. Why?
I would definitely, like, this is what I would do. Obviously, like, there's every parent would handle things differently, and I'm also kind of like taking a moment in time rather than like all of this kid's upbringing. But I think sitting down with the boy, with the sister and sister-in-law, and going through this list of stuff with the kid, being like, why was this happening? Why was it, like, really getting, like, really having the kid understand the amount of, like, trouble they've caused for it. Not just dismissing it, not just going, here, everything is fine. Like, going through it and making them understand the repercussions of those things. And then finding an adequate thing for a child on a means to pay them back when it's confirmed and agreed and whatever. And to really set the example of this kid understanding that, like, you can't just go around and doing whatever. You can get yourself in trouble, and there will be, like, things that you will have to do to pay it back, if not put you in an uncomfortable situation because you've done it. Because if you let things like this go on, it could escalate. It could get worse. And I would hate to think that this gets to a point where you've got a kid who becomes a man who then has anger issues, has never been able to handle it or understand it, and it leads to escalations of things even further that could be worse. And again, this is assumption, but these are things that are known to happen with people that have had these issues at a young age. So you need to look into that as soon as possible and not just let it fester and just dismiss it as hardy-har, boys will be... No, boys can get into terrible... Anyone could get it worse and worse if not reviewed and looked over. So no, like this could get really horrible. Fidgetman for life. Yo, hello. Welcome to the chat.
And regardless, whether the parent or the poster in their wife, I would be like not so much get involved with parenting, but like, let's redirect this ball of energy to something creative and constructive. Like, here's paint in a controlled environment. Go play with that. Nowhere near the Persian rug.
Regarding
like
OP, regarding OP Legends, OP Blocks Prison. Oh, it's a different server. Maybe look into it. I do believe that Enchanted MC has restarted. They've done another one of their month thing. So I guess OP Blocks is another group. maybe worth looking into later. We're not gonna do it this time around because we're focused on more the am I the bad person content for today. But yeah, there are other things that we want to look into. Not just other servers, but also more mods and mod packs that we'd like to go over. Hopefully in the near future. We just need to wrap up some things as soon as possible before we can move on to anything else. So, but yeah, might be good to check things out. I've also been I've been on the fence lately. I want to try and look into Hypixel, but I also don't want to. And I might do a one-off video about it. I won't go into more details than that, but
Or even myself do it.
but like there's a one-off thing idea that I have for iPixel that I might do, but yeah, like compared to other servers, there's a lot going on as to like why it may not be worth ever doing it, or maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Something to look into later. Might do a one-off video on it. But for now, that's what we have so far. May look into it a little bit later. I'll check out. I'll see if there's anything interesting for OB blocks, and then go from there. So I'm glad you brought it up. It's worth. These are things that you can suggest in the suggestion section of our Discord channel, as well as any other ones as well. You need to grind 3,000 hours if you want to be an average player with stuff. Yeah, on a Hypixel. That's one of the things to consider, but yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Regarding the story, I hope that kid can realize, like, can hopefully grow to be a better kid and learn like what's going on and stuff like that. But like the brother is obviously oblivious and clearly like I think it was the right call to call out, being like, well, no, if you're gonna take one, please take the other. But when you're like being told the reason we don't is because XYZ happens all the time, and then you just dismiss it, no, you're now causing the problem even further.
Or not taking responsibility for it.
And not taking responsibility.
They're not causing, they're just not doing anything about it.
So
really.
Yeah.
Like, the only time that I could think of them being an asshole is like they straight up, which the way they legally they have the right to, but like if they straight up like, we want the money for all this, but they never did, so they just provide a list, like to provide an example. Anyway.
Yeah, it's not even like they want the money for it. They're just like this is, understand the like repercussions of this. And like it's not even like money wise, but it's just like, hey, priceless vase, keyword priceless. Like, you can never pay us back for this. Like that, and that's something that's taken away from us because the kid is a little too unruly. Look into this.
Oh, like someone's straightforward comment. Did I miss it already?
Yeah, what's the comments?
It's just like pretty much NTA. He asked a question and you answered. End of story. Pretty much. The end. You're not the asshole because they asked for it.
Yeah, straight up.
Okay, so next one.
I will find the next one. Time to find the next story. Oh, this one's short and sweet, I think.
Okay.
Am I the bad person for asking my boyfriend to pay me back after he ate my food?
pay me back.
Stop searching it. Just
No, I want to look at it too. But
no,
yeah,
you're not supposed to look at it. You're supposed to listen first. Anyway,
I know, but I need to read it too. The title.
Okay, so what do you think? Without
Okay,
context.
so for asking, am I the butt for asking my boyfriend to pay me back for the food for eating or after he ate my food? By itself, no.
Yeah, by itself, no, because I'm feeling like this is something that was taken without permission, and if this person just assumed, then that's a thing. So we'll see what the context is like, but I'll be interested if this turns the other way, for context. So here's the story. So the original poster is a 24-year-old female. My boyfriend, 25 male, have been dating for a year. We moved in together a month ago. Right off the bat, holy crap, that's fast. Even after a year, that's fast. We both split expenses, that is rent, some groceries and bills. We each buy our own self-care products, shampoo, body lotions, body wash, stuff like that, and groceries. If we buy anything that's meant to be consumed by the two of us, then we also split the cost. He works till late every day, and I work a normal 9-to-5 job. Because of this, I ate dinner alone every weekday. The other day, I ordered a pizza. The place I like doesn't have individual pizzas, only regular-sized ones. I ordered a pizza and ate most of it. There was 3 slices left. I put them in a recipient. What? I guess a container, and save it to eat it later. The day after, yesterday, around mid-morning, I went over to the fridge to grab something else and noticed that my food was gone. I waited until my boyfriend woke up and asked him if he had eaten it. He said he did, so I asked him to pay me back for half the pizza I brought, since I had paid it myself. He laughed because he thought I was joking, but I told him I was serious. I brought that to myself and paid it for it. We had no right to eat it. He was angry. Wow, this person has writing problems, I will say that. He for angry at me and called me selfish. Yeah. For not sharing with him. I told him that that's not what we had agreed upon. And when we moved in together, he's now upset with me. Am I the bad person? So we moved in together a month ago. Okay. So
This is still early in the
this is still
relationship and early in living together too.
Yeah, so that I think is some of the context here. They're both early in the relationship right now. They're both trying to learn how to live with each other, even though they've dated each other for a year. There's that going on, but what do you think?
I mean, like, if there was attempts at communication to be on the same page about rules and stuff like that. Yeah, they're not. Like, to pay back for eating no specific pizza. Like, in general, they're not an asshole. It's just maybe not the best moments.
Dividing Rain says she shouldn't be mad. It's a pizza, bro. I agree and disagree at the same time.
But I think what is happening is more like the key. I think there's more to this and other stuff that's happening, but I think this is just being used as the catalyst, as the line that's been crossed for other things.
I think, but let's focus on just the context that's provided, not assuming in this case.
Like, she's not an asshole for asking it, but it is a question of why the pizza to bring all this up.
I think so. The thing is, and I'm gonna go a bit more strongly on her side. If it was already established, like, look, like, if this was understood that, like, if I've paid for it, then it's my food unless we've had a discussion of it, like if we bought a pizza together, or if it was already clarified that it was like for the both of us, then that would have been fine. Again, this is a very like brand new relationship. They're both learning to live with each other. And I think it's possible that this is something where they think that it can just be taken without consideration. Like, I understand for the most part pizza is pizza, but it's still a meal that it's like it could be meal prep. I've seen people meal prep by buying Domino's and splitting that up for the week. I say that because it's exactly what I did during college, because I didn't want to cook at all. So I would buy pizza and just have that for the whole. I think I spent like $20 on like a pizza pie, and I would have that for dinner for like the whole week, and then on the weekend I would cook, because I just did not want to bother cooking during the week. And most of the time, like, especially if by the time I did get home, it'd be way too late to want to do anything other than like something very quick to eat. So yeah, I think there still needs to be like a level of like
adjustments, like, yeah,
a discussion on this. If that's it has to be a give and take thing too, because again, it's a relationship between the two of them, right? Like, ultimately, I don't think it's a problem, and I would be myself as an individual would not have a problem with like, oh, if I bought a pizza and I've left it there for people, then like I've left it on the counter, or I've left it on the left it there that it could be taken by other people, that wouldn't be a problem. But that usually comes with like an understanding already. But if it was already, from my understanding, this was already discussed and that things were going to be split and shared, to just assume that, well, pizza's just pizza is, like, you could say that about any other food at this point, right? Oh, well, a lasagna is just a lasagna, and salad is just a salad. So I think there is a level of, like...
I think there's, like, a misunderstanding on the boyfriend's part, because, for example, if they're just saying, like, she's focused on, for anything that will be consumed by the two of them together, then this cost will be split. So it's sort of implied that stuff that are not for each other hopefully will be marked and separate and not be touched upon, but they didn't really cover that point.
Yeah.
If that communication was made. So that's the feeling with like communications. Like, even me and Wingless, we still struggle with communication because sometimes we have different interpretations of something, and sometimes we need to talk about it again to make sure we are for sure this time, hopefully.
Yeah, Mort, how was that strudel this morning? That strudel?
Well, that's like not a communication frame. That's like a misassumption in my case.
Yeah, was it delicious? I don't know. I couldn't try it because someone ate them all.
We currently live with our mother, and our mother got a new fancy air fryer and left a treat. And I just saw a random group text saying like, "Oh, I left a treat," or I quickly read it. I didn't fully read it. I just got the impression, oh, there's a treat for Mel. So I thought I didn't, and because I just like recently woke up beforehand, wasn't sure if Wingless went upstairs and already had some or whatever. So when I went upstairs with a sign, I'm like, sweet, I took some, and I ended up taking the remaining 4.
All of them.
There was 4, and sometimes when there's a lot more, it's like, oh, clearly I'm not gonna eat all, like, I don't know, 8 or a dozen, but there was 4. So I thought other people already. So other people, I thought other people had some, and I just woke up and hungry, and I wanted something for coffee.
So anyway, she ate 4 strudels.
But that's like sidetrack. That's like one thing, and it's not really related to communication. It's more lack of
Yeah,
communication. Anyway,
this is definitely a lack of. But I think this, in the situation of the story,
in this case, it's more not fully understanding. Like they have some sort of communication about it, but they didn't fully like fleshed out. So now, right now, because it's still early on, they're still like fleshing it out in practice. That thing. So, and probably the way this asked, like, pay me, like, it sounds like, oh, give me money right now. But another way to resolve this is like treat it as like a barter for like next time you buy pizza for me, or you get pizza, I get some slices of your next pizza or some other food. There's a way to arrange it, like not straight up, oh, give money.
Yeah, like it could
barter.
And this is something that we do here already as well, where so one of us will just be like, hey, I'm ordering pizza, does anybody want some? We get the pizza, and like
next time
the person who ordered it would pay for it, and then the next time it'd be like my mother would end up going, I want chicken, does anybody want anything from here too? And then like they would pay for all of that one, and so on and so forth. So like we tend to have,
overall, like, we just take turns and balance it out over. But that's like we have a general understanding, and if there's anything specific for each other, we try to avoid touching it. And sometimes to a fault, to the point where it gets stuck in the fridge forever. It's like, oh, I thought someone else was gonna eat. But that's another communication issue.
Actually, that was funny because our mother last weekend, a previous weekend, was like, okay, we want to go go to the restaurant. Let's go to the restaurant. We go to a steak restaurant, and then during the steak restaurant, she starts going, hey, so why didn't anybody eat the rest of the fajitas we had the time before? And I'm like, I did. I ate this much. What, did no one else have any? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, well, this seems like a you guys problem, because I had
my share, and I still had some left. I thought, and anyway, that's like in general, it's hard to predict in the moment, because sometimes it's either damn if you do, damn if you don't. Sometimes like, oh, we try to leave some for the other person, and then it goes to waste, and then it's like, why didn't anyone take it? And then vice versa. It's like, if we did eat the whole thing, it was like, oh, why did you not leave anything for me? So it's like, it happens sometimes for different things.
So what you do is you eat all 4 strudels, and then you take it. I'm kidding.
Okay, there's small strudels, but it's not just with couples. Like, this is like with roommates and
yeah.
So on, like,
this goes all over the place.
Me and Wingless, we lived together and we shared apartments before, and we had to go through the same thing. We went through the phase of trying different methods of be equitable with food. Like, because of another third roommate of ours, at one point we tried to do the whole budget thing, and then just got stressful and annoying. And then we also had a peer like, we don't touch each other's food unless it's specifically designated for sharing. And then eventually that evolved. But that's like dynamics in relationships in general. Like, even the rules of being on the same page may change over time. So once you're like trustworthy or like aware. Anyway, in this case, yeah. So this is like super early on. They just need to talk it out. Like in this specific example, they're not the asshole, but it's not like, but the boyfriend is not they're a bit of an asshole in this context, but not like a huge one, because it's more of a, you need to learn to talk. And
I think, yeah, I think the context of like, you need to pay me back makes it sound like it was an immediate monetary thing. I think it would have been better, more the opposite, where it's like, oh, I was going to use that for my lunch, that's why I had put it away. Maybe the next time you buy pizza, can you pay for all of it, and we'll share that, because you ate some of what I had fully paid for. And if the boyfriend still got angry, I think that's where I think there's a bit of an issue. But I think the direction where it came from wasn't per se bad, but it could have been said a little bit better. But yeah, this is definitely like two adults in their mid-20s that just moved in together that still need to discover like what are each other's boundaries type of thing. And I think that's where it goes. So I think I think the idea that like I'm seeing a lot of people. There's a lot of people that are going like you're the bad person, you're not the bad person. Some are straight up being like you're both not ready to live together. Them not asking if it was okay to eat the rest of the pizza, you for making your partner pay for what he ate. Like
well, some of it they were taking it too literal,
yeah,
or like Dwayne Rain pointing out, it's like
even
it's just pizza, it's 3 slices, dude. Like,
yeah. So I think it's not like if you're looking at it as just the food itself. I think that's where I think that is a bit of the mistake. Because it's not just the food itself. Like one person straight up was like, "Wait, are you guys like financially struggling and maybe that's why you needed the money?" But it's definitely like you're both kind of like still like you're together but you're not. Because it's more like you're both just roommates and more friends with benefits than anything else. Yeah, so there are a lot of people that are in the comment section are very much I think dismissing this very quickly, and they are saying that this person is the bad person. But there's a lot of people on the other side as well, where the comment of it being money wise right off the bat is sort of like it's kind of big. I think this person says it well. I don't know why you're getting so many like you're the bad person just because it's just pizza, because that's the explanation a lot of people are giving, and not so much that it is a discussion that was made and ignored. I currently
they're not considering the larger picture. It's like it just happens to be the catalyst of whatever's going on.
Yeah, it's almost the same excuse as boys will be boys level of answering, and I don't think that's a good way of proceeding with this. I currently live with my partner, and we have a similar financial setup. If he ate my leftovers without asking, I'd be pissed. Info, has he done something like this before? If it's the first offense, I think asking to pay for the food is a little extreme, but you're definitely well within your rights to be annoyed and ask him to ask in the future. Yeah, like I think a bit of like, just like, this is somewhat a bit in the similar vein as the first story we had, where we had the woman who was just taking things without like, doing anything and then blowing up later. Like I think if you bring it up immediately, like, hey, why'd you do this? This was sort of going to be my lunch. Why? Like, I think this is like a discussion moment, and then like instead of getting to the point of blowing up, or like in this case, you have to pay me this now. Like it depends on like how it was brought up, but like this could have been like almost easily just a discussion point. And then, like, you just both would have grown in the relationship. So I think ultimately, I don't think you're a bad person, except for the fact that, like, you just demand, like, if you just asked for it to be paid, and it wasn't like a, hey, let's have a discussion about this, because I thought we already did, but let's clarify something that seems to not be understood. Is where like the extreme is going with this. So, and yeah, I think there's a level of stuff that needs to be understood.
Be literal or jump to one small thing like just pizza. There's a larger picture to the pizza, and then same with the comment like paying. Like, while it for sure is a bit. Definitely comes off like if straight up like, okay, you have to give me like $3, $4, $5. Yeah, that's a thing, especially like at the first time around. But it sometimes when you talk about things, you just go to a quick comment, but it doesn't mean it's the whole picture by itself.
Yeah, I think like before making a resolution statement, like, you owe me this. I think having a discussion first, being like, hey, did you eat the pizza? Which she started, she did say, do that. But then it was like, then you owe me this. It's like, okay, it's like, but you want to maybe stipulate, like, hey, well, I was going to have this for lunch for later because, and that's why I had put it in a Tupperware. It's like, would it be possible to, like, next time ask if maybe I don't have it split up for a meal or for something else? A lot, and I know that, like, a lot of people are probably dismissing this, and clearly there are. It's like, oh, well, this is just pizza. Food is a big deal in general. When you're at a state of where, like, money is not as bad for you or as hard for you as it is, especially when it comes to, like, feeding oneself, you'd be surprised how even a meal like a slice of pizza could be a big deal. You hear stories all the time, like, what was it? John Cena has a story where he was explaining how he went to a pizza place where if you eat the whole pie, you get the pizza for free, and so John Cena would go there every day, eating a full piece of pizza because it was the only way that he could have free food. And then the owner was just like, dude, if you just need a slice of pizza, just let me know. Like, just I'd stop eating like giant mounds of pizzas just because it's the only way because of the deal. Just like, I'll give you a free slice, no problem. And yeah, so like it could be a big deal in that regards, and people will might sometimes take advantage of those things. Not because that they're malicious, but it's just because it's their only means of sustenance. It's the only way to move forward, type of thing. I don't think that this is the case, but I think this might, and that's why, like, I've seen a few of the comments indicating, like, oh, like, are you guys financially like doing well or not? Because the people who tend to, like, jump to, like, a money value thing immediately is because they're not always in the best financial situations. And maybe that's another one of the reasons why they moved in together, to save costs.
Yes.
So the fact that was just taken out, well, that could have been part of a paycheck that might not be that might be significant enough to cause problems for bills or whatnot. So it's not as easy to just say that it's well, pizza's just pizza. In the situation of Mort, myself, and our mother, we moved in together because, well, the lockdown and a lot of other things came up. We don't have an issue. We have our own, like, kind of corner space, whatever. But there is, like, we do make sure to clarify, like, hey, if you need to get a hold of us, like, yeah, it might be weird, but please send a text message. We'll just come from where we're at and come upstairs, type of thing. Especially when we're working from home a lot more nowadays. We can't just have someone opening a door or screaming, trying to get information that way. And it's like, no, please just send a call or send a text. We'll get to you as soon as we're done our work. So it sounds.
But that was a balance. But that was a balancing thing from the beginning, where we all live together, and how to balance some of the quirks. Like, it's like having a cliche thing, like, we're two kids in the basement streaming, or not kids, but we're still adults, but relatively to our mother, we're kids, and you're like screaming down the stairwell while we're streaming. It's like, are we trying to do a skit here on our stream?
But
Mom.
Yeah. So there's online stuff, but I mean, like, again, work from home type of stuff as well. It's the same thing. You're in the middle of a meeting, or I'm in the middle of a meeting, and we don't need someone in the background just yelling random obscenities unnecessarily. Like, so anyway, I think we're digressing on the situation. I don't think that this person's a bad person. I think there's a little bit more going on, but this is clearly a very new relationship between the two of them, and that there's
it's a new relationship, but it's a new change in a relationship. Like, even it's like, it's 1 year, but they probably never fully experienced living together.
Yeah, well, it's 1 month together.
Further complicates thing.
Yeah.
Well, no, they were in a relationship for a year, and they moved together for a month. So
That's exactly what I just said.
no, you did. Anyway,
I just said they've moved in for 1 month.
they've been together for a month. Anyway, whatever. So moving on.
So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I think that I think there needs to be a little bit more consideration, and could have been a little bit better said on the poster side, but no, I don't think that they're the bad person.
Yeah.
All right, next story.
All right. Reload. Do-do-do-do-do. Cover that.
If y'all have any other any stories or want to bring up comments and stuff like that, no problem. I saw Dividing Rain being like, it's just pizza, and I'm like, that's fine. I'm like, I don't mind people disagreeing or agreeing. There's no problems there. Again, this is just our opinion. It's not we're not professionals. Like, if there's like doctor situations or lawyer situations or legal situations, like we're not professionals in this aspect. This is all just our opinions, and
based on our own experiences and perspectives.
And you could completely disagree with it. That's not a problem either. That's sort of like the experiment on this do we see things the same way? Do we not? And then sometimes what's interesting about some of these stories is just how batshit crazy some of these things can be. Like the raccoon story that both Jordan brought up in our last session, and Smosh at the same time. So if you haven't looked at the community posts, do a vote there. I think it'll be funny to see what people think, if we did one better or another. But yeah, just fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mort, you've got the floor to the next story.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide between the two.
While we're doing that, I'm also like just leveling up. I'm almost at. I'm probably gonna be able to prestige again by the end of this stream. I'm doing pretty good, and I've just been leveling up my jackhammer as well. I'm actually curious if I can upgrade the explosive. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna do explosive one more time, and then the rest of it's gonna go back to upgrading the mine. But I just think it's funny sometimes to see like the bigger explosions for jackhammer and for explosive. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's with the auto miner. Yeah, I gotta figure that one out.
Okay, got one.
All right. Let me add it. Go for it.
Okay. So the title is, am I the donkey for refusing to swap Mother's Day weekend with my ex?
Oh, I saw that one and I was like, I don't know if I want to do this one. But that's interesting.
But first of all, it's like a reminder, Mother's Day is next weekend, at least in Canada.
Yeah, that's true. If I think it's North America as well. But yeah, don't forget for those that for next weekend. Yeah, Mommy's Day. Repeat that. Swap with their ex or what?
Yeah, for refusing to swap Mother's Day weekend with my ex. So if they say, it's probably not said, but going straight from the start of the first sentence, it's related. They both have a kid and they're separated, so it's probably like sharing the kid between weekends. So probably the Mother's Day weekend's falling on the exes, and then the mother wants.
If there's a valid reason because they've already had plans, they are not. If they don't have plans and they clearly could have swapped it and it would have enhanced the interaction, then they are. That's my like conditions on that. Without context. So that's all I've got without context. I would say like they're not unless if they've had plans. They are if they didn't have plans and they're just doing it out of spite. So let's see if I'm right with this story or not.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the. Yeah, okay. So the ex and I have a 7-year-old daughter together, Indy. Awesome. Our divorce was pretty friendly considering we had such a bad. Oh no, we made such a bad couple. And when he met his wife Gwen, I really liked her, and the two of us got along so well.
Oh, is the poster
there?
Is the poster a woman?
Yes.
Okay.
So the ex is the guy.
Okay.
By the implication of how they wrote that. And I really liked her, and the two of us got along so well. She said Indy was such a sweet kid and how excited she was to be part of her life. Loved it for Indy, and Indy really liked Gwen. But right around the time Gwen and my ex bought a house together, things went downhill. Gwen has 3 children, ages 12, 10, and 8, and they dislike Indy. Wait, yeah. There seems to be some jealousy there because Gwen was nice to Indy. Indy has talked about the kids saying mean stuff, like she doesn't belong, that she's dumb, that nobody likes her or wants her around. Indy told her dads and Gwen and be assured her it would get better and we would handle it. But nothing has changed, and wherever Indy is with the whole family, she ends up being told by the kids that they don't want her there. And they have fits over having to include her in activities. And Gwen and my ex have started telling her that she just needs to wait a bit. And she can have a turn with one of them after. But they always forget it by the time Gwen's kids are finished. She said when it's just her and Gwen, it's even worse because Gwen's kids hate when she speaks to her, and that just makes them more angry with her. She told me she doesn't like spending time with the family anymore. Okay, so that's adding context to the overall situation. Okay, so and to make things even worse, Gwen has complained to me about Indy pulling away and seeming less interested. And I brought her up that Indy was saying, and she said if she seemed more interested, she would include her, but she doesn't seem to want to be around anymore. My ex was like, what do you want me to do? Gwen's kids don't like me either. Okay, so when my ex asked and we could swap Mother's Day weekend this year so Indy could be with them because we are doing a Mother's Day weekend trip. Okay, so it's different from what I thought. We are doing a Mother's Day trip and Indy should be there. I said, oh, wait. No, it's the ex asking. Okay. When my ex asked if we could swap Mother's Day weekend this year so Indy could be with him because we are doing a Mother's Day weekend trip and Indy should be there, I said no. He was like, come on. You can't even get extra time. You can even get extra time. And I said no. He asked why. And I said I wanted my daughter for Mother's Day and it was final. And he told me Indy shouldn't miss out on the trip. I told him she's missing out on nothing other than a weekend being excluded and treated like an outcast and feeling like she has to be careful of having Gwen's attention because her step-siblings would hate her for it. He told me it doesn't mean she wouldn't enjoy it. X said I was being unfair and unreasonable. Am I the donkey? Adding, before I post, I did not ask Indy if she wants to go because she has expressed repeatedly how she hates doing trips with them and she wishes she could stay with me when we go to places. So that is enough for me to say she would not want to be there. And then our taking full custody is not an option. Okay, without finishing those. So yeah, so
okay. The additional context helps because that was actually going to be one of my questions. And like, was this like confirmed with them? But given that there's like repeated moments of like what's going on, the kids are constantly doing this. This is terrible. I like the comment where the ex-husband is like, yeah, the kids don't like me either. I'm like, why are you here? Like, why are you in the relationship then?
Well, it's not just that, but it's like, okay, I don't want to get to that part right away, but it,
Yeah. I don't know.
but like taking like the majority out for the sec and focus on the question, the relevant information is, line. It sounds like the weekend, however they scheduled their turns for the weekend for Indy. Clearly, Indy fell on the mother's weekend to have Indy, so she possessed that weekend scheduled already, and then it's the ex, the husband, the father that is requesting to have Indy for that. So that by itself, with it's already pre-scheduled, and also again the context of Mother's Day, that the kids should be with the mother, their mother. They're not the asshole for refusing that. But then like, and after that, like the rest is just informs further on their decision. And then the extra edit information, like it's like, no, I didn't ask, but the kid has stated repeatedly they don't enjoy being at the father's place because of the stepmother and step siblings not doing enough support her and whatever. And also I was like, oh, pulling back, it's like they do more, like they should have like show more interest, like if they're being constantly excluded and not attention, that's a natural response to seclude yourself afterwards, and like why bother? That's a bit of a misassumption there. I think I'm all over the place, but yeah, overall the poster is not the donkey.
I don't think the mother, which is the Indy's mother, the original poster, is in the wrong here. This is clearly, again, this is the thing where I think the ex-husband is not. It's similar to the boy breaking everything story that we had earlier, where you've got one of the parents that is clearly, you have a parent that is clearly not handling the situation properly, and this is even more of a difficult situation, because then you're having a brand new relationship situation, and it seems like the bigger family is taking advantage of the smaller family and how things need to be, and how dare they do that type of situation. I'm sure like some of the animosity that the kids are having is probably because, like, who knows, like, because there's no discussion at all about those kids' father from like the other relationship, so maybe there's a lot going on that front that's causing problems, and they're very big on like, well, you're not my father, so like, if you're not my father, who's this person who's here? How dare they?
And
type of thing.
Well, in turn, for our kid as well, it's like they pass along, like, we don't like the father, we don't like their kid to be here, and again, being a somewhat young age, at 3 of them, and they're protective of, like, this is our mother. It's in the context of her age and maturity, and sort of like, it sucks, but it's understandable until at that point it's the responsibility of the parents to, like, no, they need to, like, the free kid's mother, like the stepwife or stepmother, anyway, and the exes, they as parents should like approach it, like teach those free kids, but and also put more effort, like more effort as in like pay attention and not just hand wave or there's so many kids. Indy, I got the impression they're basically not putting enough effort to pay attention to Indy. Like, they may try, like, they pay attention in the sense like, oh, we want them to be included in all of that, but they're not doing all that much beyond that.
And the thing with this situation is that it's one-sided right now. We're getting only the perspective of the mother and Indy, sort of. And there might be more going on with the kids themselves as well. Like I said, we have no information on these three kids' father. So now they're dealing with the fact that there's another man in their life. So there might be a reasoning something's coming up. So there's definitely needs to be...
Oh yeah, the first divorce while young, yeah.
So there definitely needs to be a... like, I think a sit down, not only with the kids and Indy and that household, but I would even involve the ex-wife, so the original poster, in this as well, so Indy's mother, and just have like a discussion and understanding things. Truth be told, and I mean, this is a little bit more information than I mean, it's sort of implied, but like, I grew up with with my parents divorced. I'm saying it in my perspective because this is not the 100% accuracy with Mort, because Mort was born and grew up with the two being married together, while I grew up with both of them being divorced, our parents. So
I mean, from his memory, Wingless forgot a lot of stuff.
Please don't speak for me. Let me finish my statement. So in this case, this comes down to like, I kind of had both parents in different situations, and I have also dealt with the fact that, like, hey, I've had a father that's had girlfriends, I've had a mother that's had boyfriends, and other partners as well, and like, to me, that was a norm. But going to school and hearing stories and all that stuff, it wasn't normal. It's not what's happening. And so the context and understanding of those things is seen differently in different different situations altogether. So I think this is one of those opportunities where I think everyone needs to be able to, like, understand everyone's point of view to know why these things are happening. Because as much as right now we're getting only the perspective of the original poster, which is the mother of Indy, we're not getting the perspective of the three kids. We're not getting the perspective of why the three kids are acting like this when they clearly have had a father. And it's not Indy's father, right? So there's a lot going on, there's a lot of information, and there's a lot of context that is missing, that is needed to understand the situation to better it. Going back to what the question is, I don't think the mother did anything wrong. It is Mother's Day. Indy is, like, this original poster is Indy's mother. And it shouldn't be just, like, taken away that that's the case. But I think there should be a discussion and a big adult talk with everyone together to find out, like, what's going on, and, like, what reasonings are things happening. And it should be left to it to being open. Like, there shouldn't be any wrong answers unless it's straight up, like, I don't like this person because they're poopy face. Okay, but why are they poopy face? You can't just say poopy face. Like, there has to be a reasoning behind it. If you're going to be mean for the sake of just being mean, then you're a sociopath. So, no, there has to be a reason, and there probably is, and there's probably a lot more going on with the kids that's not being mentioned. There's a lot going on that is probably needing to be figured out as well, and it's not going to be one of those just let it be because kids are going to be kids type of thing. That doesn't solve anything. So, yeah, that's my big point on all this, because it's a big deal. It's a big deal when it comes to these situations, and having grown up with my parents having other partners and how it's related. related to my upbringing during that time, it's a bigger deal than what other people can perceive it. This is purely my perspective. Duarty BT, hello, hope you're doing well. So what are the comments for that story?
The comments. Okay. Yeah, so the mother is not the asshole for loving, but just a lot of the question posts are just asking for clarifications on their custody arrangement, and whether it's the scheduled weekend, and also there's comments about therapy a few times.
Apologies, yeah, I'm really bad with a lot of people's usernames because they do not have. A lot of people just don't have usernames that are just as clear to say it. So I do apologize for not pronouncing it properly. It's well meant. I promise you. Mort, go on.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Okay, so there's questions about therapy for Indy. Like maybe she needs to talk to work all that stuff out. So people are focused on Indy question, and then others are pointing out the failure of the father, and then the questions of kids. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place. It's something where there's a lot of different things that can be focused on, and skimming through the comments shows that there's different things. That's why, like, I started out like, yeah, there's so much stuff, but if we focus straight only for the question itself, relative to the question, and not the rest of the stuff that's going on with them. But a lot of people are, because the poster did share a lot more context, people are focusing on those things. And
yeah, but that part's interesting, obviously. But to answer the question, no, they're not. They're not the bad person.
Yeah,
they didn't do anything bad, and I think there's a lot more that needs to be done with the family, the whole family, in resolving this.
Yeah. Okay. So the ex, the poster, and their shared kid, we need to talk about that dynamic, and then on the other side, on the ex's and Gwen's situation, they need to have a talk with Gwen's kids, and as well as with Nate. They're like separate, different talks, like to be involved, and from my like, regardless of the situation, those three kids' father, or how the divorce or separation happened on their end, by itself, it sounds like they're 3 young kids, and there's their first divorce, experiencing the first however long, we don't even know how long ago her mother divorced, or if whether it's even a divorce at all, like how things moved on from the father. It just, in the sense of like, they're young, they only have one mother, and they don't like other people getting the attention of their mother, in terms of child dynamic, and being never had to deal with a situation where having a different parent or potential partner of their parent living with them and so on. That adds a lot of things. And yeah, in the end of the day, there's a lot of information, and there's a lot of it is not that 100% related, or not related, that relevant to the question of, are they the asshole for not refusing to give away their weekend with their child?
No. They're a mother of this child. They're allowed to have Mother's Day together. That's plain as day. You're not the bad person. If we're just wanting to answer the question.
Yeah.
So.
The rest of the stuff is like, if we can go on and on for different aspects of it.
Oh, totally. Absolutely. There's so much that we could unravel with this thing, but there's so much that we don't have context of it. But needless to say, yeah, there's loads in this aspect. But Indy, I hope you're doing well. Heck, the 3 kids as well. I hope things are better overall. Yeah. And we'll go from there. Reminder, once again, since we're just wrapping up this Mother's Day discussion, am I the bad person one? Next weekend, North America at least. Mother's Day.
Yeah, Mother's Day. Sunday next weekend.
So, if you haven't planned something or you're looking to do something, let us know. And then if you do have a plan or you do have something that you're gonna do, let us know. Comments. Always awesome. All right, let me check what next story I have. Do I have anything lighthearted? Oh, I don't know if this is lighthearted, but this is funny.
It's a bit hard to tell. Like, I didn't expect that much from the Mother's Day one. It's like, oh
yeah. So some of these things just go like they go crazy. I love it. Okay, this one's short again, but it's fun. Am I the bad person for telling my sister to stop making her daughter fat? Unmute.
But the title itself, they're for telling my sister to stop making her daughter. Yeah, they're an asshole.
Bad person. Bad person.
Donkey butts. I don't. Whatever.
Hi everyone. I know weight seems to be a very sensitive topic for obvious reasons, but I swear this is coming from a place of love and concern, not judgment. Wow. I'm already worried for this post. All right. So this is a 24-year-old female. Oh boy. That went to visit their older sister of 43. Oh, this is already this is funny. I'm already this is
24 to 43.
24 to 43. I can't wait for this one. Okay. And their niece is 7-year-old. They went to go visit for a month. I haven't seen them in almost a year since I live far. Anyway, when I get there, I find my niece looks several pounds heavier than I last saw her. But I don't comment. I'm just happy to see them and spend time with them. Over the few weeks I'm there, I notice that there's more junk food than there is nutritious food in the house. Then I notice just how much they order takeout junk food. This concerns me as someone who also grew up with parents who didn't prioritize health. I was very overweight all my childhood, and this caused a lot of health issues for me, including asthma. I was out playing with my niece, and she couldn't run even 1 minute without wheezing. So I decided to advise my sister on exposing her daughter to a healthier life. Not saying she mustn't have her favorite treats, but a balance. My sister took offense, and I got the whole fat shaming rant. I'm becoming the aunts who used to criticize my body when I was young and overweight. This made me feel like a bad person because those aunts added to my self-esteem issues as a kid. But I would have never said that to my niece. I just suggested my sister adjust her diet a bit. Am I the bad person? Huh. What's your opinion here?
I mean, they're definitely coming from concern and from experience. I mean, they're not as much of a donkey as the question by itself. They're less so, but it's still... I don't know how the topic came up. Depending on how the topic is telling and how they approached it. Like, if it was... But in general, if it's unsolicited, it's usually rude in general. to tell a parent, especially when you're not a parent yourself. But even it shouldn't change all that much about how to parent and raise their kids. But at the same time, like I would be concerned too, but it's like I probably would not bring it up.
I think this is where I can say I disagree. I don't think that this person is a bad person for the way that they brought this up. I think this is if anyone if there was any way of bringing this up, I think this was the right way to do it. It's a discussion with their sibling. In this case, because they're both sisters, whether it's a young to older one or whatnot, they're just noticing habits that might not be noticed by the family, and they're just like, hey, I don't know what's going on, but like it's like, but here's what I'm noticing, and what do you think about like this situation? I think like this could have been like a lot worse. I expected this to be like, oh well, you should be following the TikTok trends level of like sort of like impression of it. But I'm for this 24-year-old to just go up to their older sister and just be like, hey, I noticed these things. Is there like a reasoning behind it or whatever? Again, some of the times it could just be like money issues. It's a lot easier to just order than to make food. They're overworked. Who knows? Like there could be a multitude of reasons. And this is not directly like mentioned to the daughter either. Like this is the niece. This is not going to the niece to be like, man, you're fat. Level of stuff. So I think it wasn't a terrible thing to like bring up. When is like a topic like that ever solicited? You're never gonna have someone going like, hey, do you think my daughter's fat? That sounds even worse. So I think the context is hard to like have a conversation like that no matter what. I don't think it's ever gonna be an easy conversation to talk about weight. I think so long as the conversation wasn't like, it clearly wasn't shaming. Like this wasn't like, how dare you do these things, blah, 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 blah. It was more like, hey, I've noticed these things. Hopefully, like I'm going by what the poster is saying. If that's not what happened directly and it was more them being like, they're putting themselves in a better light, then that could be the case and that would have been terrible. But let's just go by what the poster is writing and like assume that is the correct way that it was brought up. Then I don't think like that's not a terrible way of bringing things up. I think so long as the discussion is clear, open, and not done in a malicious way, I think it's fine to be being informed and like being brought up, bringing up concerns. Because like I think there's too many people that hide the idea of like concerns, being like, oh well, you shouldn't talk about these things, how dare you? And it's like, no, if I see something that might be harming someone, I want to at least make my peace with it and hope that like they are in good shape. I'm not just gonna go out and give my opinions to everything, but like this is from observation. This was not just like out of the blue. It wasn't just like, hey, we were, I saw my niece wheeze and I'm like, damn, you're fat. And then went to the mother and be like, why is your daughter fat? Like, this was like after like being there for like a couple of weeks already with it for the month. And like seeing what's going on, like, I think that's fair. It could have been worse. It really could have been worse. Yeah, I don't think that they're the bad person. I think it's not an easy conversation to discuss no matter what. I don't think easy conversations are ever, like, I don't think there's an easy conversation in this regards to handle ever.
I mean, it's just, I'm approaching it from like etiquette side of things without going, what about like, yeah, there's a level like if you bring up concerns, if you see something wrong, like, but there's like a sort of a line, like if let's say there's abuse going on and other stuff, then yeah, for sure, fucking call, impossible call authorities if warranted at that point. But this is not at that level. This is more current. It's a combination of like commenting on overall parenting slash lifestyle and whether they're feeding a kid. So it's, for me, it's like I mean, I never had a sibling with a kid, so I wouldn't do that. And we have cousins with kids, but I don't. Even if I stay like for them for a period of time, I would like not comment on how they do things or how they're raising their kids or feed their kids, unless they're, I don't know, feeding them antifreeze. Then that'll be a problem, but or something like that. But it's, for me, it's way too awkward.
Is it awkward? Absolutely. It's not an easy conversation at all. I think if anyone who has the right to say it, I think it's a much more direct family member. And again, this was brought up more like in a non-malicious conversation. But like, would I go up to like my friends' kids and talk about like how their children are fat? No, I have no right there. But when it's like sort of within the family and it's like a sibling, I think there's a level of that where I think like it's awkward, but I think it's not like not terrible if it's more coming from a side of worry and just wanting to make sure that like, hey, just want to know, like, this is what I've noticed. I hope you guys are doing well, but I have this concern. And then they can dismiss it and be like, no, we're fine. Okay. My concern has been brought up. That's all I want to do. I don't think that that's a problem. I don't think that people should blow it out of proportion either until it becomes like, if it was brought up in like a terrible manner. So this got brought up a lot better than I expected. Especially from like, I was expecting a 24-year-old telling like a boomer, being like, yo, boomer, how dare you do this to your like level. And no, it's an actual, like, it sounded like it was a mature conversation. It was brought up being like, hey, I noticed these things. Just, I was just a little bit wondering and worried, but if everything's okay, then that's fine. I just wanted to bring up my point, and then that's it. And I think that that's fair. Because, like, yeah, it was brought up in a fair manner. It wasn't brought up in, like, a rude or abusive or disgusting manner. And I think people need to be able to have conversations without it being made weird type of thing. Otherwise, you're gonna have, like, if we go back to the conversation we had with the cosplayer, like, I think it's fine that the guy felt like was a little bit embarrassed or whatever, but it, like, in this case, it wasn't their place. It wasn't their place because it was rude to be like, oh, I thought you were gonna be sexy. But if the guy came up to it, be like, oh, I just didn't expect it that way, and that's what surprised me, and that's what made me kind of feel awkward about the situation, but then could, like, turn around and be like, oh, but, like, the cosplay that you did was great, and this doesn't change anything about you, and who you are, then, like, things could be brought up a lot easier, type of thing, and it's not as awkward, or it's not, like, as terrible. And I think this is one of those stories where it could have it could have clearly been that way, and it wasn't, surprisingly. So yeah, I think it comes out of concern, and it clearly was out of like love, not out of like malicious intent type of
Love
thing.
and their own experiences, yeah.
Especially, and I think that's what was important too, that like this actually came from experience from the 24-year-old sister. So I think that like that's something, again, that's a perspective you have to take into account that maybe the 43-year-old would not have had. And that is kind of an important thing sometimes, because perspective, everyone has a different perspective, and everyone has a different upbringing, even within the same family. And so it can be seen one way when it is another. It's going another type of thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, I expected that to be worse than that, but yeah, not as bad as I expected.
Wait, was it me that bring this up?
No, I did. That was my story.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be kind of like, oh no, this is going to end poorly. And it actually was not as bad. Man, all these role reversal things too. The cosplay one where I thought it was goofy ended up being very serious. Very like, aw, that's awesome for them. Or like the cosplay that they did type of thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny. This is why I like doing these stories. Because you'll get the initial question, and you'll immediately be like, yep or nope, level of like expectation. But then turn around and be like, oh wait, no, what, huh? This role reversed so hard.
Yeah.
And I like situations like that. Or I like the stories in general, because it's powerful, I think, is mainly the reason.
Yeah. When it brings up the point, there's always more to the story, and there's always certain perspectives, and there is such thing as gray zones. And sometimes it's not a clear donkey or not donkey.
Yeah, it could definitely be all over the place. If you're watching this now, if you're watching it later, don't hesitate to talk in the chat or leave a comment after the fact as well. Let us know your opinions. Everyone's perspective is valid and worth looking into. Oh, that's what I didn't check. What were the comments?
It's pretty much, they're mostly on the gray, like.
Yeah, not the bad person. Yeah, there's a difference between body shaming and ensuring children have a nutritious diet and plenty of exercise. Not the bad guy. Not the bad guy. What are your chances of success here? If your sister is a single mom and works food in the house, is likely a function of no one having time, energy. Yeah, exactly what we were talking about. Still worth talking. Would you have given the same lecture if the niece hadn't been overweight, but you saw the same junk food? That's possible, but I think that the fact of the matter, the person not being able to like run or have a bit of activity was more the bigger thing. If they have a high metabolism and it's not impacting their body, that's a whole different set of things. Wow, someone does say that they are the bad person. You know exactly.
But the one I saw. Sorry.
Yeah, you know exactly what your what path your sister is leading your niece down, and how horrible it can feel. It is not fat shaming. Wait, what? It's concern. You wouldn't tell your niece this, but the one who controls her diet, being obese, is a really big issue. Oh, sorry. No, they're saying that there's too many people saying that there's YTA. Okay, yeah, no. It's another person that's like, no. A few ishes. Like, you're sort of bad.
There was one YTA. They framed it like pretty much the way I did. It's like not for being concerned pointing out, it's more like the methods or the approach, which is pretty much like where I was at. It's like not the topic or the reason behind it. It's just the approach or whether one should or not. And that's like the one YTA I saw.
It's just I think the approach made sense because you went to the parent, not the child. You went and like had a discussion with your sibling.
Not in, like the approach like a vector like there, but it's like how you approach, like how you say it, how you bring up the timing of bringing it up, and so on and so forth. It's more than just going to the person versus all the other little details.
I don't know. I think it was done in like better face to face, so that was good. Like that it wasn't like done after the trip, which would have been worse, I find. Hey, while I was there, I'm just calling you to let you know this. No, I think that an actual discussion face to face with your sibling, and being like proper about it. I think as much as someone could say that that was like, oh, there's a better way of handling this. Give me an example, because it's already tough enough to talk about something like that. I don't know what constitutes as a better way. I don't think that I don't know about
better way, but it is not something I'm sure I would have brought up unless there's a opening socially.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to like our own preference at that point. I don't want to fault this person's preference and say that it's wrong because I would prefer. That's like saying, well, I prefer being in this situation. So I only my opinion matters in this. It's like, no, I think everyone has their own way of dealing with things, and I think that this was not handled poorly. Because they brought it up. So that's it. All good though. It was all handled with the proper meaning and the proper the proper care behind it, not like maliciously. If it was done maliciously, then that's where the problems would have outlined themselves even worse. I think the intent of something is a major factor. If your intent is not to be malicious, your intent is to be actually like there to be helpful. Maybe it's never a good time. Maybe it's never going to be a good time. But maybe the intent still needs to be done because of those concerns. So yeah, I think that's the big deal. I think in this case. Anyway, we'll see what next story we have and how divergent it'll get as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Or if you do like Jordan and you find a raccoon story. No.
Wait. Troll find raccoon.
No, we already did raccoon. We don't need raccoon.
I don't know, in case there's a new one.
We don't need another raccoon.
Okay. What about cat or dog?
What about kangaroo? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, it would be nice if we have an Australian one.
Boy.
Anyway.
I brought a kangaroo to the wedding. Everyone had a swell time.
Swell?
I don't know. Anyway. I don't know how to speak Australian.
I don't think they know either.
Oh, I did. I didn't say that. That was Mort. I don't know what's going on there.
Sorry.
That's funny.
I have a gaming unit, and the gaming good chunk of the members in the unit are Australian. So sometimes I hang out and voice chat with them, and they're all like, shoot the shit and make fun of themselves and join in with other people like just make fun of them from how they bring up topics, or talk. But anyway, so you don't like do that to strangers that you don't know, of course. But yeah.
Well, exactly. Going a little bit back to what I was saying before, intent is a big deal. Like, you're not there to be malicious. You're there to try to just like shoot the shit with friends. So, yeah.
Doesn't help when other people. A lot of these like already labeled it, so it's already influencing.
I tend to ignore the labels. I've had one where it indicated as they're the bad person, and I disagreed with that. So that one was fun. I think both me and Jordan disagreed with that. The fact that it was listed as they were the bad people, and it was just like, wait, what? Why are people saying this? And
okay, there's one I found.
Everyone has different perspectives. Yeah.
There's one involving more siblings.
Yay, siblings. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Am I the donkey for not helping my sister with their car insurance?
Oh. This is interesting.
Right?
Right? I don't think it is. But if it's gonna be one of those things where there was already like a lot of tit for tat, and you've decided to stop the tat all of a sudden, then yeah, you are. But if it's like constantly, it could be the opposite as well, where it's a sibling taking advantage of the other sibling, being like, oh, well, you need to help. Oh, you need to help. Oh, you need to help. And it's like...
Well, the question's like... the follow-up question's like, why should they help? What is the reasoning? But then that's where we're going to read the post about.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't think, with just that context, I don't think they are. But if we get the post and it's like, oh yeah, my sibling helped me with this and this and this and this and this and this, and then they asked for this one thing, and I said no, then yeah, that in that situation, you'd be a terrible sibling. But yeah, let's go. Let's see where this story goes.
Okay. I need to preface this by saying I am not well off. I live at home with my dogs on a $14 per hour job. I make enough to get by, but I'm not living in an extravagant lifestyle.
Dogs, plural. Okay.
Yeah. Dogs. My sister is even worse off with 2 kids and a husband who's fucking useless. We have a history of... or effing useless. We have a history of asking me to put bills in my name because I make sure they are paid off. They asked me if I would put their car on my insurance for a month so they could get tags. I said no because I didn't feel right with it. I got a call yesterday from my niece's school, 12 years old, that no one has gone to pick her up from the school for over 30 minutes. I can't get a hold of him, so I leave work and pick her up myself. I'm pretty upset, so I say, "You hungry? I'm hungry. What restaurant you have never been to, but I have always wanted to go?" So we went to Applebee's for a nice meal before taking her home. We get back to her home 2 hours later. We didn't even know they forgot her until just before I pulled into the driveway. I find that they have no phone service and no power. I just feel like I need... Oh, for not helping my sister. If I was Why did my brain read that the other way around? Anyway, I just feel like I need to help, but I know in my heart that I can't. They would waste it. But they started to tell me it's my fault because I didn't put their car on my insurance. That they had to spend repair bill to get their car legal.
What? No.
I misread the question first of all. I thought it was like, it's like, and for a reason my brain registered as asking a sibling to help pay my car insurance bill.
Okay, so just repeat it.
Like, am I the donkey for not helping my sister with her car insurance?
Oh, no, I understood. I understood it that way. No,
I know, but for some reason I just realized while reading the context, like, oh, my brain does that sometimes. Let me flip the meaning.
But yeah, going on that, no. I think this person is in the right for what they're doing. Coming from the fact that we our family, we do have family members in our own family that are not in the best of situations either. It is not our responsibility for taking care of them, especially if they're not taking care of themselves. Like, it's not our job to save them. Especially if, like, we have our own things to handle and stuff like that. I think it sucks because it does absolutely impact the kids, their kids. And I think the fact that this person was like, hey, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? Where would you like to go?
Yeah, they're still helping.
And like,
it's just that they... Sorry, go ahead.
And went to Applebee's. Do you know how awesome that is? Applebee's is pretty good. It's in the US, and like they have great deals as well for food. So like you can get like quite a lot of food from Applebee's for like very little. And it's like, I would almost say that it's like upscale fast food. Like, that's the best way that I can explain it. Think St. Hubert or Scores or what's another, like Swiss Chalet. Like it's very like it's casual, but it's still kind of a little bit more upscale. And no, so that I thought that's awesome, and the fact that like they were able to help out the kid, and at least the kid knows that like if they really need that help, that there is like an emergency line that can be used. But yeah, this is definitely like a family that the parents need to be the ones to figure this out. And it's another one of those things where it's always other people's fault. It's never their fault. There's no ownership of their mistakes and their issue. Like the bills not being paid is not the fault of the sibling. The car payments is not the fault of the sibling. The fact that they're in that position is not the fault of the siblings. And the fact that like you're making that a problem and directing it that way is a systematic problem of what they're handling. It sucks, but like it's like they need to start like making sure that they are getting things straight and narrow, and if there's a difficulty of it, they need to find the solution. And it's not going to be a matter of like, yeah, it'd be easy if everyone could help each other. It'd be easy if there was universal healthcare and universal income. But at the end of the day, it's like you can't just place blame on everyone else for the issues that are coming up for them. So the blame game is no bueno to me. Like, you don't get to just throw that around, and the sibling has no obligations to help you pay and add more expenses, because at the end of the day, you can't be trusted with that. I think if it was a sibling that could be trusted, has shown to be trustworthy, and it's a help where it's like, oh, this is absolutely a temporary thing that's never been asked before, you'd have more faith in that. But when your faith is completely even taken away from the fact that you forgot your kid at school, Yeah. I don't trust that you're gonna do this. You're gonna utilize my good faith and my good deed properly, and you're probably still gonna have excuses the next day, and the day before that, and the day after that, and the day after that, on why things are not done, or why things are not completed, or why things are not paid off, or whatever. So yeah, no. That's where I'm at with that one.
Yeah, they're definitely not the donkey in this context. I mean, like whether it's family or anyone or partner or whatever, to expect having this unsolicited expectation of that they will pay or help pay the bills. Like, we're your family, you should be able to help us, or stuff like that. Like, and clearly, it's not like just it's not purely from like, oh, we won't. They're like clearly still help or still care enough to do something like picking up the kid, being like emergency contact for the kid if they can't reach the rest of the parents. But it's like I don't see how they're blaming all their problems on them. They're just blaming for not helping pay the insurance that led to another thing. Like, you can get annoyed. Some people, it's not so much blame, but sometimes like people are just angry for you didn't help in this instance. We're just angry for the fact that you're not helping. Not for doesn't necessarily mean they're thinking like, oh, it's your fault. But even either or is still like bad to try to guilt trip anyone for anything.
Yeah, that's another big pet peeve of mine, is the whole like people trying to manipulate and like trying to like pull on people's like, oh, if you do this will end up causing this trouble. I hate when people are like that. It just shows how much more of a garbage person they are when they do that. One of my friends was on Facebook was dealing with a building owner tenant situation, and apparently like that's one of the justifications that the landlord was giving. Is like, well, if you don't do this is going to hurt the other tenant, and it's like, you're a piece of work. Like, if you have to go and start trying to like manipulate people in these situations like that, you're absolutely the piece of garbage. Like, that's not how that works. This is like, you can't just go and like manipulate stuff like that.
Indeed. Yeah, I think my brain was partially expecting like, maybe like a scenario of, let's say, they're borrowing their sibling's car or using their sibling's car or whatever, and then at some point the sibling like, okay, since you're driving my car or helping, or I'm using my car for you a lot, maybe can you help me with the car insurance that one or two time? I thought it was more in that direction it was going, but instead it was just overall financial rat that they're all going through.
Yeah. What are the comments like for that one?
NTA, sister needs to sort their own life out. NTA. Yeah, it's mostly like they're not the donkey. I'm trying to skim down Seaver's alternate response, but I think it's like pretty much universal that they're not the donkey. Yeah, all the comments are NTA. And this is like a small lake, so like 176 people. Or, well, upping it, but I think it's, yeah, from 8 hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the ones we picked are like from brand new, so like they're fairly brand new. Yeah, because even like the ones I picked are like 3 hours, 6 hours. The fat one was 4 hours. So yeah.
There's that seems like a given. I don't know if you already. It sounds familiar to something you and Jordan already covered.
Oh yeah. So some of these are very like. It's surprisingly scary how similar these stories start going into these situations, and you're like, man, what is wrong with people?
No, there's ones like am I the donkey for refusing to name my kid a ridiculous name?
Yeah, I saw that one. I'm like, I'm not touching that one.
It feels like you two already covered something similar.
We've been all over the place, but yeah, but it's my turn. I've got a few quick ones I think I can do.
Okay.
We
have to figure out your filters, I think. Or maybe I have to.
What filter? I go to the hottest ones, then I'm like this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. that's how quick I go into it. This one's short.
I'm talking about your mic filter, but anyway.
What about my mic filter?
No, it's just sometimes I hear myself in your mic.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I'm not sure like how loud I'm really speaking or not. But anyway.
Well, I mean, you're in the way that we're set up, you're talking towards my wall. So it does pick up every so often, but I'm used to it. It's not the end of the world. If I overfilter, then we have situations like you where you get cut off at like when you're laughing, or where you'll cut off with like the weird awkward moments. So like it's give or take depending on what you do.
Yep.
Am I the bad person for not? Oh yeah, I picked this one because their writing was horrible. Am I the bad person for not paying any child support? I believe they meant paying, but playing is also interesting. I'm just gonna go quick on this one. It's not a big one. My ex-girlfriend Claire, of 35, female. They do not say their own age, so we'll assume that this person's older. Got pregnant while we were dating. Although she told me she just wanted to be friends, I was ready to be a father. However, she met someone else, Becca, who didn't want me around, so they asked me to cancel my paternal rights. Okay. At the time, I was torn because I wanted to be there for my child, but I also felt that if they didn't want me around, it was best to waive my rights. After fighting for a while, I eventually gave up because it was clear that they didn't want me there. Fast forward 13 years later, Claire and Becca are going through some stuff and they want me to pay child support. However, the court had already ruled that since I waived my paternal rights, I am not legally obliged to pay child support. Despite this, Claire is calling me a bastard and a deadbeat, and she even calling my family and getting them involved. While I understand her frustrations, I don't think it's appropriate for her to be involving my family in this matter. This is hilarious. What's your opinion here?
I mean, they're not the donkey.
No,
in this
not
case,
at all.
The scenario.
1,000,000% they're not.
Especially when like first it wasn't them out of their choice. Like you try to fight against it, and then in the end they just sequest to waiving their rights, and then disconnect from them or however much is disconnection away from them. But like, and then a decade later to try to claim child support. So it's like you can't have your your piece and what's the expression?
You can't have your cake and eat it too. Yeah. This is hilarious because there's this meme video where there's this woman who's like all sassy and like, I get full custody of the kids. Yeah, I want full custody of the kids. Yeah, I want full custody of the kids. And then they get told right after, oh yeah, you're gonna be the sole person to have to pay for everything as well. And then they start crying afterwards, being like, what do you mean I'm the sole person who's gonna have to? I'm like, well, you took the kids. You won the court saying that you wanted sole propriety. of the kids, you're going to be sole responsible for it. You don't get child support. That's when you argue that. And I think that this is a systematic problem with
it's like people are misunderstanding the difference between giving up custody versus like child support. Like,
yeah, I think there's a lot of people that, and this is, I don't know if this is just like more of a North American / US type of thing, but like, you don't get to keep the kids and then also get money all the time. In some cases it might be because like there's reasoning behind it that it makes sense, but if you're going to strip rights away from the other like the father or the mother or the other significant partner in this situation, you are going to have to deal with the repercussions of handling that, and not to just assume that. And so many people have assumed that that's what the cases are, and this is another one of those situations, I think, in this story where they're like, well, it's your kid anyway, so you should do this. I'm like, I'm sorry, you fought to not have me involved. Okay, I'm going to uphold what you requested. You are not getting my involvement. That is on you, not on me. Like, you don't get to, like...
It's also their fault for not understanding the law properly.
And do I think it sucks for the child? 1 quadrillion % yes. But unfortunately, you can't start feeding... what's the term? You can't feed the monkeys every time they complain. Because then it becomes like a misunderstood concept that like, oh, well, you have to do this because, and it's like, no, I don't have to, and by all rights and regulations, I shouldn't, because of what you've requested in the past. So you can't complain about it after you have gotten what you wanted. So yeah, that one's just horrible. And I hate when it involves kids too, like, because like at the end of the day, who's the one that hurts the most out of this? The kids. And it drives me nuts. 13 years later. And you're gonna love, because I've got another story that's almost like this. Yeah, not the bad person, not the bad person, not the bad person, not the bad person, not the bad person in the comments. She just happened to meet this other woman right after you fathered a baby for them to raise. Yeah. It almost feels like this was like loaded early on as well. Yeah. Nothing seems to be going. Yeah, exactly. This person, like, this is harming the kid more than anything else, but not the bad.
Yeah, that's like legally clear cut, and it doesn't say that the. I mean, I don't know. They don't clarify one way or another, but there's no comment whether like they would be open to helping at all, but legally they're not obliged to. That's what the point.
Hey Ben, we're doing fine. I hope you are doing well as well. Mort and I are having fun going over these quite interesting. Yeah, I can't find. I'm literally scrolling down. There's not one person who's like. I read the title and was immediately ready to say, you are the bad person, full stop. Read the whole thing, and then it's like, nope! Yeah, this is more or less what it is as well. Holy moly. Now, this is what's interesting. I have a bigger story that's just as similar to this, and this one's going to be funny. Would I be the bad person for taking... so this is like almost the other side, the flip of the coin. Would I be the bad person for taking my ex to court for child support 5 years after we split. So this one's interesting because given the last story, it's almost like, I don't know.
It depends
anymore.
on the legal status.
Yeah.
It comes down to legal status of things. And also, at the end of the day, like in the States, it depends on the states, and then in Canada, especially, it depends on the province. Because, for example, some provinces like Quebec, I don't think it's possible to give up parental rights unless there's clear legal justification or criminal justification.
Yeah. In the other story, I think it was one of the person in the comments was stating that, where it was like, this is clearly like a lesbian couple that was wanting a child, and this sort of happened. So like I think it was straight up a like, this is completely and utterly wave. Ben, that's good. I'm glad that you've been doing well. So this new stories might be very interesting, and there's more details in this one. So I think that's actually, this one's going to be more interesting, at least in a informed way. I, 37 female, have been separated with my ex-husband, 38 male, since 2018 and officially divorced in 2021. We were married for 14 years. Holy moly. We have 2 children together. Yeah, Ben, K, bye. We have 2 children together, 11 and 14. This is very abbreviated because of the character limit. Oh, cute. That means they could have written a novel. Holy crap. 4 months before the separation, we had bought a farm together, and his mother gifted us $10,000. What days will you be going live this week? Always Thursdays and Saturdays. Sorry, Tuesdays and Saturdays. Tuesdays and Saturdays. Otherwise, everything else is extra. 4 months before the separation, we bought a farm together, and his mother gifted us $10,000 for a down payment. A couple of months after living on the farm, I learned boundaries were crossed by him, and we agreed that it was time for him to leave. We came to an agreement that he would only have to pay me $150 per month for child support. I didn't want him to struggle while he got back on his feet. We were both low income then. 2019 taxes were reassessed on the farm. I no longer could afford it, so I decided to sell the house, moved. Ex had no qualms. I thought it was fair that I would pay him back half of the down payment gift and 4 months worth of equity in the house, so we didn't have to swap money back and forth. I just let him withhold payments. This was the beginning of the pandemic. I had a loss of income, but lower cost of living in the new town, plus credit made it doable. I was not able to get any government assistance because I didn't have a child support order through the courts. 2021 divorce is final. We had written in the original child support agreement. So the $150 per month. I've had many people tell me that him not paying support is bad, but I didn't want to harm him. There were conversations about him paying more, but he insisted that he couldn't. We decided he would make a full 100-mile drive for swaps. Mile drive and swap instead. I have the kids 78% of the time. How did you calculate that? 78% of the time. Buy melons. Cute.
Oh, yeah.
2023. We moved in with my current partner. Ex's rent went up and he moved even further. He started asking me to reconsider the halfway swap again. I feel taken advantage of. I really am doing everything for the kids. He had no interest in helping me. Our son has special needs and in a multitude of therapies. X will pay me half of the medical things and extracurriculars, but has only paid me one lump in 6 months. He says that I now live in a 2-income household, so I can wait. I remind him my partner is not the children's dad. I look at child support calculator last month. I finished paying off the farm. I realize he's a federal employee, and I can look up his income. I found he is making $30K more than I thought. This means that he has been lying to me for years about his income. My income has gone up since 2018, but I wasn't until this year that I finally got a promotion that subsequently increased my salary. X makes 15K more. There was a point where he was making double that of what I was. Now he should be paying me around 1K per month. Back then I should have been around 3K. I told him what I found, and I started fighting and he started fighting me. He can't afford it. The first thing he said was, if you go through the court, I will not drive to you. He told me that even the suggestion of going to court has violated his trust. I can't squeeze water out of a rock. I don't buy any of it. Would I be the bad person?
No.
No is absolutely right. If we are going after the information being accurate, and oh boy, did this person 78% of the time. So yeah, this person seems to have outlined their information fairly clearly. Yeah, no, I don't think that they're the bad person.
I mean, it's already gave him a lot of concessions, and yeah, like she worked with him based on the information they were giving her, and she was being super nice. And compared to a lot of parents divorcing and how they handle things, she's trying to think up to the proper term for it. Not forgiving.
Consideration.
Yeah, they're a lot more considerate than another parent would.
Yeah, so Ben's already going like, yeah, the kids, whoever's
well, that's
with
a given
kids
in general, yeah, for custodies. But right now it's a question of whether she would be the donkey for
asking for child support 5 years later, and the answer is no.
Yeah. So especially when there's enough evidence that they lied, and I won't be surprised if a lot of the previous agreements they made with each other was not completely recorded. I mean, maybe she has on her side, but like it was not like agreed and it wasn't court agreed and all that. So now, that opens up for like something for a court to definitely review and decide on their end. But considering that they lied about it and she's already made enough balancing consideration to accommodate, yeah, there you go, accommodating to the supposed circumstances of the father, by the end of it, she would not be an asshole for that. Okay, so now it shows that you definitely we're at the point now, like it's time to make up for what he didn't cover, even for the half of the farm or whatever, with the funds from the half of the farm.
So just to stipulate to everyone, we are not professionals, legal advisors and whatnot, so take this information completely with a grain of salt. Please proceed to see and meet your own lawyer if you are in a similar situation in this case. With that said, a lot of the times this becomes he said, she said all the time, because there's no other factors other than here's the information, here are the numbers, make a decision. And you can go to the courts and do that. Does it seem ultimately fair? In some cases, no. And you do have people that abuse the system and take advantage of it. This does not appear to be one of those cases at all. This is someone who's taken advantage of someone else's generosity, someone else's kindness, and in a way of trying to still be more forthcoming to the kids and making sure that there's a relationship still present with the kids. And this is a parent who's clearly not seeing it in the same way as the mother. And that's the part. It doesn't matter the gender of the person. I think that is something that is skimmed over sometimes. If the mother just leaves without paying anything, then she should pay. 1,000,000% agree. Yeah, there. Ben's basically generally agreeing with what we're saying.
For sure. But in this case, that's not the issue. It's just, it doesn't matter the gender, clearly. It's just that one parent that had the kids the majority of the time, they were being accommodating with the other parent due to like world situation and all that. Even their divorce was delayed because of things in life.
Yeah.
But now, so the mother they were being accommodating, and now that they find out that the other person has lied, and they're being told that they should bring to court to get the rest of the child support. Now, I think this sounds like they are in the consideration. They haven't acted on it yet. So they're just posting this in the interwebs because why not get the opinion of strangers and to like whether if they would be.
And the last part, the last part is what pisses me off out of this, and I think that she should go to court. Is I told him what I found, and he started fighting me. He can't afford it. The first thing he said was, "If you go through the court, I will not drive to you." So it's, again, one of those situations where it's not even the consideration of the kids. It's what they can do. And so, like, that's the level of, like, this is garbage. This is a garbage parent not caring about the kids more than they should. And they're just making excuses as to why they shouldn't do stuff. But if it's 50-50% custody, I don't think anyone should pay if they have similar incomes. Yeah, if they had similar incomes. This whole story was not that, and this is a mother that was very accommodating, so that the father could apparently be in a better situation. But then she discovers that he's actually in a good situation and still hasn't paid even remotely what was owed, given the information that they had provided, which was that they weren't making a lot of money, which was blatantly a lie. They were confronted with it, and then they threatened to go, well, I'm going to essentially take us out on the kids if you go to court. Go to court. They need to pay at this point because they don't care one way or another, it seems. And
yeah, especially if there's still like years that they'll have the kids for raising. So yeah.
So
anyway, like, because they're an accommodating person, they feel potentially bad for doing this. So they're probably being like poked by other people. Like, no, you should freaking go fight for the remaining child support, especially when you have evidence they lied. And now she's asking on the internet. So it's not right now. It's not an argument about how much they need to pay or whatever. It's whatever the amount, they should cover their due legally.
And it's going to be more than $150 a month. Like, that's hella cheap. There are like child support amounts that are huge, like half a wage garnish sometimes.
And it doesn't sound like it was this agreement was done in court. So either. So in the grand scheme of things, like if you bring it to court even 5 years later, that would not hold water that much. And also, again, it depends on the law on the state and the province.
And it's context,
or
too.
Whatever country.
Like, this is the information I was given. I now see that the information is different, even though they're telling me that it hasn't changed. I want the courts to review all and go for it. Ben says, because over here in the UK, child support isn't really a thing because the government pay a certain amount to mothers and fathers, but it does depend on the job of the other person. Interesting. That is a different perspective. So yeah, this seems to be more of a North American thing, in this case than it is in the in the UK. Interesting. So it's the government that just, I guess it's just into the taxes or program. Interesting. I don't know if that's better or worse. Clearly, probably better, given that, like, what we're reading. I want to check the comments.
Yeah. And for any quality stuff with divorces and parents, while we're not professionals, and this is our perspective and opinion, me and Wingless, well, we have parents that divorced. We grew up some of these things being a thing. Like, I know, like, I overheard often enough about all the fights. Like, even when they're, like, on the same page, both our parents on the same page, sometimes the issue is with the freaking government being complicating things.
Yeah.
Despite. And so it's that, and then after that, other family, external, extended families having their own divorce issues and all that. So we don't have personal experience, but we have hear about it, see it live throughout our life, on and off throughout our life, often enough, have some general awareness about child support stuff and divorces.
So this is interesting. So there's one where the original poster actually replied. Not the bad person, but if you wrote this and read it, then still thank you. You were able to manage the best interest of your kids alone when it comes to your ex. Get a lawyer yesterday and task him to get everything you were owed. Every time you pity him and try to play nice, you are depriving your children, so stop. If I am on, and this is the original poster that's responding. If I am honest, I just wanted validation to be sure that his gaslighting was not all in my head. There is so much more that I couldn't fit in the character limit. I've already started the process. I anticipate things will turn out as they should. I'm not stupid, just too kind for my own good sometimes. And yeah, that's, I think, what the problem is a lot of the time, is that you just have a lot of people that are just abusing people that are just kind-hearted and stuff like that. And given that I've been the recipient of that kind of problems on a regular basis between relationships, friendships, and all that, when I just want to remain a good person, and then you've got all these toxic and vilified people, like villain people, that are just in the world, that just sucks. So no, and good for her. I'm glad that she's going through the courts to handle this. I think it should be handled. It sucks, given that they were, like, this is ridiculous too, because they were married for 14 years, meaning that they were together when 23 and 24 years old, or if not earlier, and officially divorced 2021. So yeah, this is nuts. If they're both on benefits, they don't need to pay child support. If it's 50-50, the government pay a bit more the older they get. Too bad I can't move to the UK. No, that's fine. I don't have kids. We're good. That was from Ben, by the way. We also have free healthcare. Yeah, Canada does too. It's just the waiting lines. But yeah, Canada does have proper support. It just needs to, like, the only problem with the Canadian health care is the fact that you have a lot of people that go to the emergency for headaches, and it just causes more bloat. That's one of the main issues.
Well, this in practice, and then depending on the province, there's also funding issues, so on and so forth. There's different factors for why some things may not be work out, but in general, we have the basics for health.
So yeah, that was a fun double topic of child support talks, but I love it. Just shows, like, how there's two sides of the coin, right? Where there's one side where it's just like, what are you doing? You literally took away my rights to this. You can't just ask for it now. And then the other one is like, you've literally lied to me about your money. And even if you didn't lie to me before, you're lying to me now. Yeah, pay up. So again, intent, content, and the fact that like this is completely against, like, this is harming kids, and that's what drives me bonkers out of that. Oh, and you get a pension grant for when you retired. You live off the pension money and other money sources provided by the... Yeah, we in North America, at least in Canada, we have that as well. There's the federal pension plan, and then there's the provincial pension plan as well.
And there's the optional private pension plan on top of all that, depending where you work and whether you have that set up.
Or if you invest in an RRSP, or if you invest in other programs, stuff like that. But ignoring the ones that you go into, you're paying any job you work in, even from McDonald's to whatever, it pays into the government and provincial pension plans that can be claimed when you reach a certain age.
Yeah. What happened in chat just now?
Yeah, nothing appropriate. Someone went and obviously had to be a terrible person in chat. I apologize for random stupid people who think that is a good thing to do or say in chat. I'm glad that they immediately got banned.
Oh, I missed that.
Good. It wasn't important. It was just rude and disgusting, and people should not be saying people should just stop saying terrible things just for the sake of shocking people. Must be on my end. Yeah. Mort, what's your next story?
Oh, I don't know if we want to go through another divorce and parents question.
You got another one?
I mean, it's a different aspect. It doesn't. I don't think it deals with child support based on a question. But anyway, it's would I be a donkey if I move overseas while pregnant without the baby's father?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I saw, and it wasn't polite. All right, if you're heading out, Ben, have a good day.
I thought you were answering that question. Like, oh, I saw it. It wasn't polite. Oh, okay. Well, move on to another one then.
No. I was just responding to Ben. So the answer, the idea of moving away from family is always like an interesting one, because like the world's a big place, and like I don't think there's any issue per se on moving somewhere else in the world, but if you don't have any plans to like still keep the relevance of the family members to be able to meet to spend time with each other, like if you're moving away so that your significant your ex significant other is unable to like visit or meet the child, then like you're doing it on purpose, and the intent there is malicious.
Well, it depends on the reason they want to move.
But if you're moving,
it also depends on the status of It also depends on the status of the relationship with the other parent and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but if there's already going to be plans, like no, like we'll make plans that like you can visit, or pay for tickets or whatever, like some sort of thing to accommodate this giant thing, then I think that's fine. I mean, like you should not be allowed to live wherever you can, but it has to be within like reasonable intent. Like if it's unreasonable and it's unreasonable because you're doing it on purpose, then like no, that's terrible. So all right, let's see what the story's like. I'm wondering how shocked I'll be.
Yeah, okay. So I, 35F, am from the UK, but after getting divorced last year, my work offered me the opportunity to move to our New York office for a year. It was always planned to just be for a year, but there could have been potential to explore making it a permanent move if it was a good fit. I've been here since September and I've been casually dating Rob, 34M, since November. I found out in February that I was pregnant. It was a complete shock. I am on the pill, but somehow got pregnant anyway. My ex and I had tried for kids and it didn't happen, so part of me thought I was never going to be a mom, so while it was a surprise, I'm really happy about it. Rob and I don't see our relationship becoming serious, but he is happy at the idea of becoming a dad and wants to be a co-parent. The issue is that I'm worried if I have the baby here, I'll be trapped in the US. All of my family and support network are back in the UK, and I don't have the legal right to stay here permanently. Rob suggested we get married just so I can stay here, but more and more I'm wanting to move home. The cost of healthcare here honestly terrifies me too, and I'm worried in case there are complications with my pregnancy or me or the baby get ill in the future. I told Rob that I was thinking, and he was upset as he wants to be able to be present in our child's life. I said we could still get married to help him move to the UK, but he is worried he'd have no friends or family or job there. And I said that if I stay here, I'll at least have a job. I know I need to decide before I get too pregnant to fly long haul, but I'm worried if I wait to have a baby here, I'll be trapped for 18 years. Would I be an asshole if I move back?
Oh,
but a donkey.
This one.
Okay, so this is like
complicated.
Yeah, so for the status of the relationship, like they barely have a status, so it was just like a casual on and off thing, dating person. So they didn't have a full fledged relationship. So in this pregnancy, it was unexpected, and she's not a resident of US. So and after the discussion with Ben about healthcare, I can totally understand like you would rather maintain like the child have the legal rights to a proper healthcare, a minimum, or at least like a funded healthcare, a minimum. So yeah, and then so this is it's completely like a balancing decision. So the like first like she's at least she's thinking it like she's thinking about herself as well, but she's thinking more about what would be good for the child and what would be good to help her support the child, like whether it's return to UK and have the birth there and so on and so forth. Where meanwhile, like there's again, it could be just because of the way she wrote the pose, but pointing out like, well, I can't move there because I'll also be like alone and I wouldn't have a job and all that and so on and so forth, which is like sounds like they're thinking more about them in that case. But again, they're both thinking about themselves for where to go for completely new change of life, situation in life. No, I don't think she would, in this context, in this perspective, like in general, she would not be the donkey if she chose to move overseas to have at least to have the birth over there to cover legal basis.
I think one of the biggest problems here is that you're basically there's consideration being taken in with a partnership that isn't really a partnership, and it's almost going to be like, oh well, I'm going to. It's like, let's do this because a kid's involved. I hate when that's like a reasoning. Like, how many people are like, oh, I want to save the marriage, so we need to have a kid. Level of sort of like response, which I don't like. A kid is not the reason why things. If the things weren't there in the first place, they're not going to magically be there afterwards. So, the other context that was a big deal out of this is the fact that this person is not a resident of the United States. So with those two factors alone, I have no problem with them going back to the United Kingdom and having the baby in the UK. They are not a resident of the United States just because, and I'm going to say this in this way, and I apologize if this bothers people, but just because the accidental sperm donor is from somewhere else doesn't change the fact that they are not the only one involved in this, and the well-being of the child is more going to be taken care of in the UK in this case rather than in the US. Now, if they were both United States people, and then she was just like, well, I have an opportunity to move away for the sake of moving away, no. Then I would have been like, that's not enough. The kid is a big factor to this. And in this case, it would have been that, like, their family would have been in the US. So the context would have been a lot more different. But in this context, no. I think it's fine that they go to the UK, make sure that the kid is in good shape, and the husband doesn't have to come. Sorry, not even the husband. The friends with benefits, I guess. The partner can come and they can find a job. They'll get married. They'll be able to find a job. It's not like it's going to be such an impossibility. And even if the guy ends up being a stay-at-home dad, that's not horrible either. And can't make friends, that's your problem. I don't know, like, if anything, that's almost an opportunity, and you get to have a family. So
yeah, and it also doesn't from this context, it doesn't mean they will, like, never come back to US. It's just that, at least for the more immediate, like, short-term situation of where, in legal considerations of where to give birth, they need to decide that. But whatever they decide does not mean it's going to be the case long term.
Yeah, and if it's going to go to, like, well, it's like, well, are you going to take care of the kid and pay, like, is there an agreement where you're going to be able to cover all of the expenses, all of the things? And, like, as Ben mentioned, the UK has a health plan. The US is horrible with their medical, and everything has to be private. So, yeah, no, it's
basically, you need to be a citizen to access those resources, to, like, the UK, which is the same in Canada in general. So, for example, like, if in this scenario, like, let's say, assuming that she still has the same job with the same company, and right now she's only taking a maternity leave with the company, and she returns to the UK, have initial, and then at some point transfers back to New York or wherever for the same company, that'll be fine. Then she's maintained the legal status, citizenship status for their child, and access to resources, and then they go back for however long the remainder for the arrangement with the company, so on and so forth. It's like, that's like one possible scenario from this, from what I understand. But in the same time, like, I think one of the factors she's considering is that she sort of pointed out about the job likely not being more than a year. She doesn't have a guaranteed income if she just stay in the US, and if she maybe suddenly become reliant to another person for money and supports that she did not expect when it was just like a dating thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I think everything is explained and designed for the well-being of the child. This is definitely, like, we've had all the other stories where we had the consideration of the children almost being ignored, or like as a second, like, iteration to the main story, and I think that was terrible. You've got this, who's a woman who's, like, wanting to be a parent, thinking of the well-being of not just the child, but how she's going to be able to take care of things and making sure that all the precautions are in place. I think she's doing what a parent should be doing. I think the minute that you've got a guy who's being a bibi la la level of like, "Wah, I won't make friends over there," is a little bit like selfish. And if this person absolutely did care about being a father, then nothing should be standing in the way. It should be like, oh no, this makes complete sense. I'm coming with you because I care about the child. I would also hope that that person cares about the woman too, who he's accidentally sperm donated. But you know, give or take, whatever. But no, like I guess I'm a bigger, like, it's a big deal for me, the whole parent thing, like, because like it is something I want. I want to be a father. I do want to have a kid at some point. And when things are in good shape, where like I'm in a good space where like I know that I can like support a child, make sure that they have everything that they need, make sure that everything is there, and I have a proper partner for that. My biggest things are to, like, I want to be a father, and not just a father with a biological child, but I want to adopt as well. That's a huge deal for me. It's always been a huge deal for me ever since I was very, very, very young. And if it ever comes to a point where like all I could do is adopt because I'm too old or whatever, I'll do that, and I won't have a problem with it. But I won't do it until the well-being can be made sure of a child. And too many people don't take that into consideration. Man, people don't even take that consideration for like a pet, and that drives me nuts. Because like that's just as big of a deal to me as well as it is adopting a human being, let alone like and not just a pet. And people like are terrible pet owners in some cases. So yeah, just no. I think she's got the right mindset. I think it would be better.
And again, it's not like long term. It's just for the shorter term situation. It doesn't mean it's gonna be forever
And
separated by sea, ocean, either.
And maybe
so
there
things
will be
can change for both parents.
And maybe there'll be other alternatives as well. Like I've known parents that are separated. One lived in Canada, another one lived in, I think it was like Finland, and the parents would take trips back and forth for the kids to visit and stuff like that. Mind you, in this situation example, they were a little bit more well off than the normal household, and a let's just say a first class flight was not out of the question. But needless to say, there are ways to like facilitate these things.
Yeah,
so,
and we're not even sure like where their situation is. But if the fact that she was sent to New York, and New York's expensive, and Rob is also living in New York, depending on what their jobs are.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like no Chippendale dancer. So
yeah, you know, there's so many things. I just like quickly Google. Like I don't know the laws exactly, but both U.S. and UK also allows dual citizenships and stuff like that. So it's not like impossible to make an arrangement, but a traditional family may not happen, but you can still have, like you point out, like some sort of arrangement back and forth and other things, depending, and things can change situation wise. Like when she has a bit of time with child, she either with the same company or a different company, go back for a period of time, who knows. But yeah, it's like, so this is so it's something like unexpected to happen, and it's so in flux. And these are parents that don't even have a permanent relationship or intended, at least at that stage, figure of it. It's just going to be that way. But anyway.
Yeah. So not the bad person. I think you're doing the right thing. I think you're good. No problems there. Before we go to another story, we'll probably do maybe a couple more, and then we'll most likely wrap up the session. But before we do that, the last couple of stories, if you like what you've been listening to and are having fun, don't hesitate to like, subscribe. If you'd like to have more content and would like to help support the Siblings Den, you can also join as one of the denizens through the membership in the YouTube channel thing. If you click the join button, there are 3 tiers. There's 2 reasonable tiers and 1 for y'all rich people can click. And if you do that one, we'll have a direct message with you. We'll figure out a very special video for that, because that's going to be huge. But yeah, we don't expect there's going to be a bunch of billionaires all the time, but we do expect that if there's people that want to help support us, don't hesitate to. We've already got 3 wonderful denizens who have joined, and if you want to be the 4th or so on, go ahead. On top of that, if you want to help but you don't know how, or just don't have money either, you can just do simple things like subscribe and hit that notification bell and like our videos, leave comments, stuff like that. Simple things like that help us out. That helps us out as well. So for everyone who has done so, thank you very much. You are awesome. And for those that haven't, you could. Just saying, you could. And for the fun of it, if you want to just like do a lump sum as well, you can do a direct deposit donate thing as well. But yeah, we're good with those. You could super chat it during our live sessions. But yeah, if you could do memberships, and that would probably maybe be early on cheaper or something like that, do that too. Anyway, all things you could do. Yeah. All right, let's check out the next story.
And there was one comment that scares me. It's like, I don't think it's the case for New York, but if it was like in certain other states, that story may be a bit more complicated, considering some of the laws that were passed in some states.
Yeah, I just remember. You're right. That's the other thing as well with the states. There's a lot of the states that would be a little bit more. Mind you, she wants to have the child, so it's fine, but still.
No, but it's like when someone was pointing out, like, I don't sure how some of the states' ridiculous laws are written, but some of them like declaring it's a child from the point of conception, not birth, type thing. So that designation can say like, oh, technically the child's already a U.S. citizen from that from conception, type thing. But that would like complicate things if those laws are set in place.
All right,
Where
I've got 2 stories, and I'll let you pick which one.
okay.
So the first one is, am I the bad person for surprising my girlfriend by showing up at her graduation 6.5 hours away? That's the first one. And the second one is, will I be the bad person for going to the funeral of my ex-girlfriend's brother and missing my sister-in-law's wedding? Which one would you like to hear more?
The surprise at school reunion?
Yeah. Graduation. So, are they the bad person for surprising their girlfriend by showing up to their the girlfriend's graduation 6.5 hours away? Is that the one you want?
Sure. The other one sounds gray complicated.
It does actually, but I think I'm gonna read that off my own time then. All right. I, a 29-year-old male, live in Ohio. I know Ohio. And my girlfriend, 29, lives in Illinois. Interesting. So somewhat long distance relationship. This weekend, she was graduating with her master's in social work. For a while, she debated on not walking across the stage, but ultimately decided to do it for her grandparents. That's nice. She received 4 tickets for people to attend. Her mom, stepdad, grandma, and grandpa all got tickets. No problem there. I expressed to her several times about wishing I could be in the attendance to see her walk. I'm proud of her and wanted to be able to see the woman I love walk proudly with a new degree in hand. She never declined the idea of me being there, but didn't want to ask her uni if she could have an extra ticket. 2 weeks ago, I reached out to her. She
Jeez.
never, but didn't. Okay, she never asked about the extra ticket. So her. Him, on the other hand, 2 weeks ago, reached out to her uni, and they were able to send me a ticket to be there. My plan was to show up, hide myself away, and just watch her. I wasn't going to be with her family because I didn't want to take away from her time with them. Fast forward to this morning at 12 a.m., I left Ohio and embarked on my drive to Illinois. I stopped and slept for about an hour and a half. That's the only sleep I've had. Then ensured I was at her graduation on time. I made it. As I'm sitting in the chairs, I see her sitting down and some of her classmates. She hasn't seen me. A few minutes pass, then I decide to go surprise her. I walk up behind her, grab her shoulder, and say, doesn't my love look stunning in her gown? She turns around, shocked to see me, then the look changed to annoyance. She then questions why I'm there and how I got a ticket. I explain everything to her. She continues to look annoyed, so I walked back to my seat. After everything is done, I'm driving to my hotel, and she calls me to apologize for not having the reaction I hoped she would have. I should know she doesn't like surprises. I go on to explain that I did it because I wanted to show my support, and then lengths. And the lengths I'll always go through for her. She doesn't express any gratitude nor appreciation. Instead, it was more, I hate surprises. This especially takes the cake. Needless to say, I'm sitting here, tears in my eyes, feeling as if it was all for naught. Am I the bad person for surprising my girlfriend? Huh.
Okay, so just to be clear, she didn't say no, but neither yes.
So there was never a confirmation or a decline of it. It doesn't look like they've had an issue with their relationship. Like, there doesn't appear to be any issues with their relationship. And just that they invited all of their family members, thinking maybe that the boyfriend wasn't able to show up or couldn't show up, but there was no like effort made either to like see if it could be done.
But they still make us. Okay, so the intent, they're not a donkey for the intent and execution the way it sounds like in itself. Like, I can think of certain scenarios, like if they were told not to come or other stuff and they did this. I could see scenarios where he's already known to do things like this beforehand in the relationship, and he still does it anyway. Like, for example, or maybe like in the case, like if he already knew about her not liking surprises. But like in those cases, maybe it'll be the butthole, but as is, no.
Yeah,
based on the information we have.
I don't think that this guy did anything wrong per se. I think it was actually kind of sweet. With that said, I think there could have been a little bit more communication beforehand, or if there was like no affirmations of it, because it seemed like she didn't go out of her way to see if she could get an extra ticket. And I don't know if it was a matter of like not expecting it, or she just assumed that she couldn't ask for extra tickets type of thing. And then they were able to type of thing. So I think you could have still been there to support he could have still went there to support the girlfriend without being too shadowy about it,
or cloak and dagger about it.
So like it could have been like, it could have already been asked like, hey, I'm more curious if he had asked her if he could have gotten an extra ticket type of thing. Because I think the sentiment of just being there for the 6.5 hours could have still been there. And that would have been great type of thing, right?
Yeah,
so
it could have been better executed.
Yeah,
with more communication.
So I think that was kind of a big deal in that regards. So I think that part could have maybe been a little bit better, at least bringing up the fact that of like, hey, have you asked, like, going straight up and like, hey, do you think it'd be possible, have you checked to see if we can get an extra ticket type of thing? Because I'd like to be there. I think that this would have been, especially if they had already known about surprises being not great, I think that would have been like a bit, like that would have been nice. My problem a bit in the regards is that I've heard the horror stories of people not liking surprises, and the excuse being that they don't want it because they're kind of hiding something sometimes. Not saying that this is the case here, and I don't think it is, but like it can sometimes feel that way, where it's like, oh, I don't like being surprised, and if this is like a long distance relationship sort of thing as well, it could be a little bit difficult to try to handle. I feel bad for the guy though, because like this is sort of like, this is sort of the things where like people are always saying like, oh, chivalry is dead and all this stuff, and it's just like, you literally had a guy who went out of his way to travel the distance to basically surprise and be there for a monumental moment in their significant other's life, and it was kind of brushed off as like an annoyance.
It wasn't brushed off, but it sounded like she, instead of reacting like surprise happy, it was surprise
annoyed,
caught off guard. Yeah,
but that's what I mean. Like it got perceived as like it was an annoyance.
But it doesn't mean it's annoying. But it's like annoyed, not annoyed at them showing up. And if there was annoyance, it would be from being caught off guard. We
can't ultimately confirm what the girlfriend felt, but from what was indicated in the story, she turns around shocked to see me, then that look changes to annoyance. So there was a visible, like, ugh level of thing. Whether it was annoyance, whether it was something else, there was some sort of facial thing that had occurred, and then she started questioning why they were there, instead of being surprised and going like, oh my god. So that's part of the story. That's the information that's in the story. So yeah, like I said,
regardless of the exact like emotion or reason, in general, she was caught off guard one way or another, and was not expecting them to be there, and he was hoping for positive, happy surprise, but that did not happen.
Yeah, and even after the fact, when it was discussed, it didn't seem like that had gone away yet. That she was still kind of like, well, I don't like surprises. So like I could see that could feel like a kick in the stomach, or a punch in the stomach for this attempt. And going back to what I was saying earlier before, it's one of those things where like everyone's dreaming about this like knight in shining armor showing up, being chivalry, like the whole chivalry thing,
or at least a high school movie, like,
or yeah, even that,
or
like
high school, those like university high school movies, like, oh, showing up for graduation.
And this guy like almost like basically pulled that off just to be like, ugh level of a response. And so that's why, like, I feel bad for the guy, because, like, if this was clearly an attempt, and it was I don't think it was an offensive attempt. I didn't seem like there was any, like, ill towards what was going on. And it could be, like, yeah, it's a thing that, like, maybe it was just so drastic that, like, surprises are so off-putting to the girlfriend that, like, it's made, like, it ruined, like, the whole endeavor type of thing. I do agree that, like, I will say that, like, it could have, I think, better communication and just, like, not making it a surprise if they knew that, like, a surprise wasn't merited. But, like, you always have people that say that, like, they don't like surprises, but then they also, like, then complain that, like, things are boring and they're never, like, swept off their feet or whatever.
Well,
so,
okay,
like, it's
some
hard.
of them.
Yeah, so there's always that complication of, like, how do you read people's minds? And this is why I stipulate, and I bring it up, that's why I say it to Jordan all the time as well during our events like this, is communication is key. And I think this could have been one of those things where, I think if he had asked about the ticket beforehand, it would have been less difficult for it to be resolved. Or even brought up, like, hey, do you think if we had an extra ticket, I could come? And maybe,
or even after the fact, like, oh, guess what? I contacted and I was able to get a ticket. Like, some kind of, like, communication before the whole day of.
But I get the surprise thing. Like, it was really supposed to be, like, being there, like, as a positive thing. I understand what the plan was intended to be. And it didn't come out that way. So, like, I can understand, again, why the guy feels terrible, because it felt like he made such a monumental effort, and it got kind of, like, rejected. So I get why the guy
or the feeling of rejection for it,
yeah. So I understand, and, like, I sort of feel it as well, like, because I think I would felt the same way, where, like, I went out of my way, traveled 6.5 hours, and it ended up being that I was kind of away, rather than.
It doesn't sound that way. You can have annoyance without sounding there could be other kinds of annoyance.
Whether I'm articulating it exactly how it is irrelevant. How the guy feels is clearly bad, because he ends it with, I'm crying. So his impact is what we can confer to, and his impact is clearly feeling like he did something wrong when he felt like he had put all this effort to do something somewhat monumental, in, like, showing how far he'll go for the significant other. So it's
so they're not. Yeah.
It's in answering the question. No, they're not. But it's always one of those, like, situational, like, things could have always been done better. You wouldn't have known, type of thing. Even if it's not a surprise that happens, like, you don't do surprises often. This maybe could have been a unique situation, but it didn't go out the way it did. So, but yeah, I don't think they're a bad person. It just sucks that, like, they feel kicked in the peen.
Yeah, and it's something to. They may have. I think this may have happened recently, and so probably wrote that before going through all the steps of emotions to deal with it, and it would be something to talk with further with the girlfriend after the fact. So yeah, the question itself, with that circumstance, he's not a donkey, but she's not a donkey either for not reacting as hoped or expected. I mean, that may change depending on how the things happen after that after fervor talks between those two. But based on the information, he's an asshole, never issue.
So
it's just unexpected thing.
So this is what's going in the comments a little bit.
I don't know where to post this.
So this is where the comment is a little bit iffy on this part. So if this is straight up like an actual relationship, they've had the interaction, things have been going well, not a problem, then this could feel like it kind of sucks for the two of them, but there might be a discussion that needs to be had as to like maybe there's more going on regarding the situation at hand. On the other flip side, and again, because this is the perspective of the boyfriend, air quotes now boyfriend, if this is a long distance relationship that is very one-sided, this could be a really what the hell are you doing here type of thing. And one of the commenters is sort of making that assumption, like maybe this is a real mess up with what's going on type of thing. I don't think it's in that extreme, but like it can feel like there's that weird flip of what could be going on in this case. But if we're taking the story for what it is and for how wholesome it is, and that's all we're taking into consideration, then no, they're not the bad person. No, I think there's a bit of something that could be needing to be discussed with stuff. Yeah, a lot of people are like, info, is she really your girlfriend or are you a random stalker? I don't know. I don't think that's a stalker situation. So there's a bit of like, it also depends on how long they've been dating as well. Ooh, someone does indicate that they are the bad person. From the perspective of someone who doesn't like surprises either, I walk up behind her, grab her shoulder, and say, "Doesn't my love look stunning in her gown?" Cringe. I hate being grabbed, touched when I'm not expecting it. People who hate surprises generally hate that too. Did you know this? Yeah, so like there's a lot of context that like I agree that like both sides of this can be construed, and then there's more information that might be missing. A lot of people are asking like how long have they been together. Some people are complaining about like how you unexpectedly showed up and startled her without like expectation. So I do agree that they're
and in front of other people.
Yeah, and like there are some people indicating like you went behind her back when you went to go ask for a ticket. Yeah, it's like the thought and gesture is nice, sure. That's not why you're the bad person though. You're the bad person because of how cringe you behaved after you showed up. That is possibly also why she didn't want you there in the first place. Yeah, so there's a bit of like both sides of this that I can fully understand.
Indeed.
So I think like this is sort of the example, like really an example of like what you can't like, what's hard to like be considered like good or bad, or what's a fun surprise, what's not a fun surprise, and also how long have you been in the relationship with. Actually, just wanted to confirm, does it say it in the thing? No, it does not state how long they've been in the relationship, and there's no clarification for that one. So like it can be this one could be very awkward to handle. Fundamentally, I don't think he's done anything wrong. Like I fundamentally I don't think they've done anything wrong. I think there's a lot missing into why it became very awkward and very hard to handle type of situation, right? No, I don't want more expensive.
But that's fine, like based on the information itself, but if there's a lot more stuff going on, that's where it gets go one way or another.
Yeah, so I think like the example I was given, like what if this was like one of those like online relationship where like they obviously knew each other enough to have the information to know about the graduation and all that. So that's why it leads me to believe that it's not like a stalker thing, as in like they did know each other. They were I think like just showing up and being kind of like the way they did, it can be absolutely seen as awkward. I think easily it could have been resolved by going like, hey, I spoke with the university and I was able to, or I spoke with the university and I was able to, I could get another ticket. Would you like me to be there, or can I be there? Like, even if you wanted to maybe be a little bit more assertive, like, can I be there for your graduation? I think would absolutely have been the better case. And then if she said no reasons, then again, whether you found out when you showed up as a surprise or not, I think then there's a discussion with the relationship and seeing like what needs to be looked into. But it definitely makes it's stories like this where you can definitely get you can get the perspective on all fronts on why it's good and why it's bad. I totally understand the side of the girl being like freaked out, and like especially if she's someone who's not interested in surprises and stuff like that, how this could be absolutely awkward, especially when you've got random people, even if you knew that they were there, just coming out of nowhere and going like boo with a weird like, oh, doesn't she look lovely type of thing. I mean, that could have been done better even as well. Like, it could have been a simple like, hey, how are you doing? Surprise her that way. Without grabbing her. Get her attention, know that you're there, and not just go in and like start grabbing and groping type of thing, right? Not that I think that the guy was grabbing and groping, but it's enough.
Like, go within their line of sight.
Yeah, go close to their line of sight and just high and get their attention. Have them turn, see, and go, oh my. And then like see how that goes from there type of thing. Yeah. Again, it's rough. I don't think anyone is a bad person per se, but I think it absolutely could have been handled better. So what I was trying to get to is that it's stories like this that make things very hard to like I'm gonna sort of say it in the perspective of a guy, but this can go on multiple fronts as well. But like, it's really rough to try to like approach situations sometimes. Because like I hear all the time stories about like, oh well, guys don't come up to girls anymore. People don't come up to other people anymore because and it's always like everything needs to be open and clear and consent and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, because we've literally gone from a lot of norms have changed in society lately, and you've got people now that like those that do love surprises aren't getting those anymore because they have to make sure that they're careful, because if people aren't careful, it could be construed as a whole mess of other problems, and it becomes even more difficult to try to like form any type of relationships or form any type of connections now because of those situations. So it's just more and more difficult as time goes on. And does it suck? Oh yes, but at also the same time, like, you want to be safe. You want to be careful. You want to be safe. You don't want to get in a situation where people are uncomfortable and feel threatened in any way, shape, or form. and we need to have that consideration even more. It's not just as much as it was a norm before, I don't think you can have the bravado, like I think the usual bravado of days of old is long gone and needs to be gone. Because like this whole like male masculinity. Wow, the words don't work in my mouth right now.
Masculinity.
Yeah, masculinity. Just the, and it doesn't even have to be just male, but like the whole like alpha bravado bullshit from any person, I think needs to just be gone. It really needs to like, there's no like big tough way of dealing with things only and that's it. Like I think it really needs to just be like let's be clear, let's be open, let's be honest, let's have fun, let's understand each other. And then once you have like that proper understanding and stuff, then like things can move forward properly rather than like misunderstood. And I think if this person knew clear up that surprises were bad for this person, they could have just been like, hey, I'm really wanting to be present for your graduation. I spoke with the university just to check and they said it would be possible. Would you be comfortable with me being there? I think is a fair thing to ask. And if they said no and the reason was reasonable, then that's fine. If the reason was just like, well, I don't really want you to be there, that's a whole other conversation to have later on. Maybe wait till their graduation is done at that point, but then have like a serious conversation after, if that's sort of the responses they have. Because maybe you're no longer going to be having a relationship with this person, given what they say or given maybe what they want, right? So, huge rabbit hole that this can go into. But I don't think the guy did anything wrong. I just think he could have done it righter. if that's like
righter,
if that's like a good way of saying it, like.
Yeah,
there's absolutely a better way that this could have been handled. I don't think like he approached it badly. I think it's just poorly executed.
Pretty much. Even any extra detail. This is like with the information itself. Anything else is, it for sure will tip one way or another. But without that information, as is, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a little cray-cray. All right, you got one last one?
Yes, one I currently have open. Am I the donkey for dog sitting decisions? The question itself is not really helpful.
For dog sitting decisions? What?
Yes. Just reading when I open this, the question comes up like maybe like I'm getting the impression of like taking initiative for how to dog sit or how to take care of the animal while dog sitting, maybe. Similarly, like for babysitting, like how you babysit may not be something in the way that the parent prefer, but it works for both, for you and the child. Well, in this case, dog sitting, like let's say like you train, like I just based on it from my own experience of dog sitting. Like there's some things I ended up doing the dogs that dog sit that the owners don't do, but the dogs adapted from training, which may or may not appear later on in the interaction with their owners. But yeah.
Okay, there's absolutely no context that I can glean from just that to know like if they are or not. Like, are they a business? Are they not? Are they doing it for a friend? Are they not? Are they? So I'm gonna go with not enough information. I cannot decide.
Yeah, what is that? The acronym NHA?
Or not applicable.
We're not applicable with not enough information.
Yeah.
Anyway. Nah. Or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so this happened a bit ago, but but I've been
Yeah.
mulling it over. And want some outside perspective. I, 34F, used to dox it frequently, and a neighbor it sat for years recommended me to the new neighbors. Getting details ironed out was like pulling teeth, but I'm a bit of a pushover and we've got multiple kids. But just what I got was let puppy out every 2 hours, feed dinner, weaning you till 8 p.m. as they all hurried out the door. 2 important points. When I got into their house, it was kind of a mess, no judgment. I struggle myself without kids, thanks raging ADHD. It's important to know though, because the puppy was in the small cloth kennel, that sort of blended into a lot of the other stuff. When I called for the dog and got no response, my first thought was a tiny dog may have accidentally been shut up in the room. I opened the door, called the dog's name, repeat. I only registered the crate and realized when the puppy finally barked. 8 p.m. came and went. Once 10 p.m. came around, the next 2-hour interval, I tried to contact them and continued to just taking the puppy out. They eventually got back to me and told me they were going to be on their way home soon. I let them know that I'd gone ahead and just go until I heard from them. After we got home, I got a heated text telling me that A, because I had entered their house after 8 p.m., I had trespassed and she would take action. Okay, this is getting interesting. And B, that she noticed doors were open where they had been closed before. She assumed I was snooping, which, to her credit, wasn't an unreasonable thing to assume. I explained the whole crate misunderstanding, and I was sorry that I forgot to close the doors back. She continues angrily texting me that it was unacceptable, should never be using me again, etc., until I ended the conversation by telling her it seemed like we'd had a lot of misunderstandings, but this conversation wasn't helping anything. Her husband paid me the $30 the next day without speaking to me or making eye contact, and we haven't spoken since. I think I may be the donkey because I know I'm a warrior. Plus, I know I already do stuff where intent and how it looks don't match. For example, writing my initials on food in a shared fridge so I don't forget which one is mine, not because I think others will eat it. I haven't said anything about this to anyone else in the neighborhood on top of being the newest neighbors. For the only black family, and we were already dealing with a neighbor up the hill calling cops on their kids for playing in the cul-de-sac. We had never had an issue with non-black kids doing the same thing, and other than this one incident, the family seems great. So it seems like some racist harassment. Anyway, with all that stress, I didn't want to start spreading gossip about an incident that was already effectively resolved. I still think that I was in the right decision, but it means I haven't gotten any outside perspective on the incident. Okay, so they're doing something for a past event to just still stuck in their head and just like.
I have no idea what's going on. So let me go over what I think I understood. So this is someone who is hired to puppy sit professionally. So like
I don't know about professionally, but in the neighbors, yeah.
The word professionally is if you're being paid for it. So they are they're being treated professionally. So the neighbor had suggested them, and apparently there was a lack of information provided, but the gist of it is that they wanted the dog to be released out of there. But apparently there wasn't an indication of where this dog was going to be located when they went to go find the dog. And ignoring the fact that the place was a mess, the person had a hard time finding the dog, found the dog, took care of what was agreed upon for the dog, and because of the misunderstanding, because they didn't know like where the dog was originally, because there was that lack of information, the dog wasn't taken care of properly. Like as far as my understanding is that the guy did his job for the dog. The misunderstanding was that they didn't know where the dog was in the first place, and they were trying to figure out where the dog was. The wife freaked out because of what they had found, like they saw things open or whatever. But also knew that like this guy was babysitting their dogs, but then was like, I'm gonna call the cops because you trespassed after the fact. But then like all that information was clear. Like I feel like this is clearly like a family who's like never used a dog sitter before, and have no idea like why it's important to have clarity of information, and just freaked out because they again just didn't know how to utilize a pet sitter. And now this guy who's just basically a huge worrywart wants to make sure that he didn't do anything wrong because he's not sure of the situation. And from my understanding, given the context of like racism that got brought up, he's worried that it might be seen as something racist when in fact it isn't. That's my understanding of the story.
Okay, so it's
are you
33 F, just to clarify some points.
Oh, it's a woman. Okay, irrelevant.
Yeah, whatever. The issue is not whether the dog was treated well or not. It's a case she took, because of lack of information, they took initiative based on their own common sense.
But what initiative?
Like because, for example, like they didn't know where the dog was, so they went all over the house
To find the dog.
left the door. Yes. And then the other point, that's where the trespassing came more about. There was the impression that they would leave or ate themselves, but apparently that's my understanding anyway. But because they didn't get first, the initial information wasn't too vague or not elaborate, and then afterwards, because the dog sitter, they got the impression that they would be back by 8, and they were not back by 8. So they started texting the wife to get like what's going on, as well as letting them know like they're still at the house watching the dog and letting them out occasionally. So the wife freaked out in text that they're still there after 8 p.m. So probably there was a miscommunication whether she's still like take out the dog and leave the dog in a crate and then leave after 8 p.m. That could be probably their intent, but the dog sitter did not understand it that way based on the vague information. There wasn't a lot of time to clarify. So that's where the threat of trespassing, and because it's texting, there's always misunderstandings. Freaking texting.
On top of all the other misunderstanding.
Yeah, so what do you mean you're still at the house after like 8 p.m.? Like this would be like trespassing now. And then later on, once they did get back at the house, they sort of skipped like some scenes, but I got the impression once they did get a house, they saw like at some point they like saw the doors left open and all that, and then potentially worried about like, are you snooping around the house and all that? And then they try to explain. And then fast forward, the husband only got involved to pay the next day without looking at them. And then all the other extra information is probably side notes that the person is overthinking it.
Yeah, so
overall,
this is definitely someone who's overthinking it. This is definitely someone who feels like they just want to be sure that they didn't like do anything more egregious than what they believe, and they just want like I guess a general opinion. I think they're fine. I think this is really again, this is poor communication on all fronts.
And they took and the only thing is like the initiative they did take was not unreasonable.
Yeah, it wasn't unreasonable, but it also like I think it's fine that the person felt like why were other doors open? It was clarified because they were never informed where the dog was.
And they forgot to close the door.
And they just forgot to close the door, and then that's it. So I think that that's reasonable and fair as well. But like, I guess this is just it is someone who's not understanding how dog sitters work. as well. So it's hard for like a brand new, like when it's not understood. I think this is a learning experience for this dog sitter to like have a better, like have a clear like form or a clear method of going, hey, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page so that we're not making any mistakes. What's the plan? This is going to be, and then reiterating what the plan's going to be. And it's like, well, this is, from my understanding, this is what we've agreed upon. Blah 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 blah. Is that correct? And if that gets confirmed, then you're good. And there's maybe less confusion, but there can always be like misunderstandings as well. But at least if you straight up ask and confirm the information you were given, then there's less chances of that confusion that could happen. So yeah, I think this is just someone who's overthinking it. I don't think they did anything wrong. I think the other family just needs to be more understanding of things being clear. And I'm gonna assume they're in the US, because like there's the whole like instant like I'm gonna threaten you level of responses is a very
definitely sounds like US, yeah.
Is a very quick thing that I've heard a lot about as well, where it's not like, especially when you've straight up hired someone to do a task and then you threaten them afterwards, like, how dare you do this? It's like, you hired me to take care of the dog. You were still not here after the fact. What? So...
And there was no instructions or clear instructions beyond, like, they didn't understand it as if the expectation was for them to, like, take care of the dog up until 8 p.m. and them leaving. That was not made clear.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What are the comments? I'm very curious, like, if anyone else is just like, huh?
Yeah, like, it looks like they're all supportive. And other had, like, some feedback about maybe how to improve communications.
Yeah, I think that's all a lot of it's going to be, where it's just like, how like, what is there to improve in communicating, in communication in this case. Yeah.
And there was a few clarification questions. So, like, for example, like, why didn't you ask the kids where the dog was? And the answer was like, the kids weren't there. It's like, oh yeah, the entire family was gone. Yeah, but I think overall, like, this was posted 4 hours ago, so that's like not highly up in the ranks.
This was posted 4 hours ago. Yeah, we were live for 4 hours ago. So this was posted when we started live. Woo!
But yeah, it feels like, other than that, my only feedback is like, clarify it. They definitely sound like they have some form of ADHD or something else. They're like word blurb everything and not doing enough reorganizing proofreading for clarity. Because I tend to do that too, and I see that in my writing. Sometimes, like, suddenly I write an entire thing. It's like, I need to this because it's too long.
So I gotta let the chicken scratch out of the cage, and then I don't know where we're going.
Anyway, I just thought it's, while the question, like, it was vague, but it's like, I was curious. It's like, what kind of post is this? And I like doggos.
I like doggos.
And I've done dog sitting before.
Yeah, I miss the doggos that we've been able to dog sit in the past, and I miss our own doggos as well that we've had. Now to the point of like a lot of our doggos being gone. It sucks. So yeah, now I'm sad. Meh. But yeah, I think this will be a good spot to wrap up.
Indeed.
But yeah, we didn't disagree on too much. No huge fights, no huge uproar. So I guess we're very.
But there wasn't anything. There wasn't anything we were disagreeing on, or some of the things are either too black and white or too gray.
I like how it's like one or the other. It's like it's either black, white, or gray. I'm like, yep, those are the choices. Those are literally all the choices.
I think the closest one is either the etiquette, like it comes down to approach.
Yeah, dude guy at the graduation. Yeah, I think that's the closest one. So yeah, that's.
I couldn't find a post, so I'm like, I can't read more into it, based other than what you say. But yeah,
that thing is just hilarious. If you have somehow found if you find any like crazy story, let us know, post it, or just let us know. Or if there's any, like, if you have any questions that you think that will start an uproar with us two siblings, let us know. Put them in the comment section down below. You can also join us on Discord and chat with us there, where we'll be glad to like have chat moments and just go from there as well. So don't hesitate to join our Discord, follow the rules of our channel, and we'll be glad to communicate and chat with you guys. That'll be great. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's so much that can be done. If you haven't done so, like, subscribe the video, live sessions, woo! Not next weekend, because next weekend, everyone who's mostly that celebrates Mother's Day is going to be dealing with Mother's Day. But the weekend after that, we'll do another Siblings Den community gaming night. So we're probably going to do Among Us, or we'll do another few other games. We did, the last time we did do a bit of Cards Against Humanity as well, and that went woo! So it could be fun, it could be risky sometimes, but we're a little bit more less PG during those sessions. So if you want to have like ridiculous fun with that, let us know, and we'll go from there. Other than that,
yeah,
we're still trying to wrap up one of the editings. I'm going to try to do some other videos as well. There's one that I might want to do for the pets, at least the pet charms, because I think that that's a big deal now with MC Hub Atlantic Prisons, on like helping people on leveling up. Otherwise, I will see if there's other servers to check out, but I do think that I might start looking at maybe small mod packs to play around with as I wait for the bigger ones that we can do with I could do with Mort. But I'm just waiting on Mort to finish some editing, and then we'll go from there.
I'm trying.
So stay tuned. More stuff is going to come for sure. I might do a few solo reaction things. We haven't done any reaction videos for a while now. I might simplify my movements a little bit during the live sessions. During the reaction sessions. Maybe find a different way to kind of react at stuff, but we'll see. I definitely want to do further discussions on that and see what happens, but yeah, we will go from there. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, I'm sleepy. Actually, I'm a bit hungry. I've got more snackies. I got snackies to take. So that's all I've got for you. That's all we've got. Let us know if there's anything crazy you want to ask us. And thank you again, everyone who's become members of the Denizens and have subscribed. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of you. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the weekend. Bye.
Bye. So beatboxing time.
My music. No, just my music.
I'm not hearing the music.
Have
I'm
a
just
good
pretending.
one. Bye.